and sun this afternoon, although perhaps tending toward the cloudier side, especially Long Island, and the high about 52, and partly to mostly cloudy tonight, lows 35 to 40. Clouds and breaks of sun tomorrow and Wednesday, high both days 50 to 54, and Thanksgiving Day partly sunny, up to 56. Right now, 40 degrees in Central Park. Humidity 76% and east wind at 6. Again, it's 40 now, going up to 52 in Midtown. I'm AccuWeather meteorologist Dr. Joe Sobel on New York's weather station, 1010 Winds.
If you're the mother of a child with behavior problems, I'd like to talk to you. My name is Janet Lehman. I'm a behavioral therapist and a mom. I know what it's like when the child you love becomes a defiant, out-of-control child who disrespects you. That's why my husband James and I created the Total Transformation, the program that tens of thousands of moms are now using to turn around their child's behavior. If you've heard about the Total Transformation and wondered if it will work for you, now you can try it for free. I'm willing to give away 1,000 programs today for free. All you need to do is get the program and let us know how it works for you. We'll let you keep it for free. I know the Total Transformation works because I used these techniques with my own son and with troubled kids for over 30 years. Let me prove to you that it works by giving you the program for free.
Call now, 800-324-3211. 800-324-3211. That's 800-324-3211.
Time 10:14. If O.J. Simpson wasn't in prison, he'd certainly be out looking for the real killers of his ex-wife Nicole Brown and Ron Goldman. A new documentary backs up Simpson's claim that he did not do it. It says Brown and Goldman were the victims of a known serial killer named Glenn Rogers. He was convicted of killing 2 women in 1995, months after the Brown-Goldman murders. The film says Rogers had boasted that he befriended Brown shortly after he moved to Los Angeles from Ohio. He also says Simpson hired him to break into her house and steal a pair of expensive earrings, but Simpson gave him permission to kill her if necessary. Rogers is currently on death row in Florida.
Getting gifts for the sports fan in your life has never been easier this holiday season thanks to CBS Locals Fan Shop. We've got the jerseys and gear for almost every team in any sport. And if you visit CBS Locals Fan Shop today through the end of the year and enter the promo code HOLIDAY10, you'll get an additional 10% off your purchase. Visit CBSLocalFanShop.com today and use the promo code HOLIDAY10 to save even more from CBS Locals Fan Shop.
10:15, now 10:10 Wins Sports, sponsored by GuildNet. Here's Jerry Recco at the Bob's Discount Furniture Sports Desk.
Well, Larry, the Jets played a solid game on Sunday, took care of the football, didn't commit dumb penalties, and the result was a 2-touchdown win over the Rams. Quarterback Mark Sanchez says for us to be a playoff team, that has to continue.
If you really believe that, and I think there's guys in our locker room that do, this kind of stuff becomes habit now, you know, if you make it a habit. If you really take the positives from this game, build on those, continue to get better and improve.
Then who knows? New York with a quick week as they will face the Patriots Thanksgiving night. New York 4-6, New England 7-3. But the Patriots have concerns at tight end. Rob Gronkowski out 4 to 6 weeks with a broken forearm. Had surgery apparently earlier this morning. The Sunday night game, Ravens beat the Steelers 13-10. Bears 49ers tonight. Both Jay Cutler and Alex Smith out with concussions. The Nets won their 5th straight as they beat the Kings 99-90. Andre Blatch and Marshawn Brooks were red hot, combined to go 16 of 18 from the field. Avery Johnson on his second team.
On a night like tonight when our big guys weren't in their best form, that's when other guys need to step up. Blatch, man, you know, what he did in the first half was pretty interesting.
Yep, made all his shots. That was Johnson on yes. The Knicks beat the Pacers 88-76. They're 7-1. Maryland and Rutgers could be moving to the Big Ten. An announcement could be made as soon as today. And the New York Times reports the Yankees are on the verge of selling 49% of the Yes Network to News Corp. Sports at 15:45 around the clock. Jerry Recco, 1010 Wins Sports.
Do you suffer from pain like joint pain, muscle pain, back pain, or painful arthritis? Then you must listen to this important message. Nearly half of all Americans suffer from some kind of pain due to chronic inflammation. Anatoblock is a breakthrough supplement scientifically proven to quickly and effectively reduce inflammation and get rid of pain. Anatoblock is so effective in preventing excessive inflammation and reducing the pain, we guarantee you'll feel a significant difference in just a few days. Best of all, Anatoblock is now available to try for free.
That's right. Call 800-648-5148 now and get out of pain absolutely free. Anatoblock is now looking for real-life testimonials for anyone who has back pain, muscle pain, or painful arthritis. Call 800-648-5148 to get your free supply and get out of pain today. Just call 800-648-5148 for details. Call today, 800-648-5148. That's 800-648-5148. Again, 800-648-5148.
1018.
I'm Lee Harris with Talk and Tech, sponsored by B&H, New York's ultimate camera authority. It's that time of year again. The holidays are right around the corner, and it's time to fire up the Talk and Tech guide to the holidays. From hot tablets to cool phones to must-have tech toys, will help you fill out your list. But first, let's talk about money. CBS Money Watch editor-at-large Jill Schlesinger says Sandy will likely take a bite out of holiday sales. But, maybe no surprise, she thinks tech will still sell and sell well.
I would bet that if we did a survey of the average 18 to 34-year-old, what do you want for the holidays? It would be a tech present.
Talk and Tech, I'm Lee Harris. And for more, visit cbsnewyork.com/talkandtech.
Health insurance is on everybody's mind right now. You either don't have it or you have it and you think it's too expensive. And you probably feel like you don't have any options. We can help. We are InSphere Insurance Solutions. We offer health insurance plans from major carriers nationwide and likely have a plan that can save you money. Whether you're self-employed, on a COBRA plan that's about to expire, or you simply don't have health insurance where you work and you need it, InSphere Insurance Solutions can help you. Our agents will help you find coverage you can afford. InSphere Insurance Solutions is an authorized agency in all 50 states, including the District of Columbia. Plans may not be available in all states.
800-713-0182. 800-713-0182. 800-713-0182. That's 800-713-0182.
If you have bad credit, you're not alone. Did you know that as much as 79% of all credit reports contain errors and incorrect information? Having great credit is more important than ever. Let nationally recognized credit expert Jason M. Kaplan help. Jason and his team of FICO experts will give you a free consultation and discuss how they can get your credit life back on track. Call 877-731-0082 for your free credit consultation and analysis. There's no upfront fees, and you only pay for results. Call the credit pros now at 877-731-0082.
Getting gifts for the sports fan in your life has never been easier this holiday season thanks to CBS Locals Fan Shop. We've got the jerseys and gear for almost every team in any sport. And if you visit CBS Locals Fan Shop today through the end of the year and enter the promo code HOLIDAY10, you'll get an additional 10% off your purchase. Visit CBSLocalFanShop.com today and use the promo code HOLIDAY10 to save even more from CBS Locals Fan Shop.
1 degrees heading up to 52. Sleepy. People you trust, 1010 wins.
The News Watch never stops. This is 1010 wins. You give us 22 minutes, we'll give you the world.
Good morning, 41 degrees, 1020 on this Monday, November 19th. I'm Larry Cantor, and here's what's happening. Storm-damaged homes will soon be coming down in hard-hit areas of the city. 4 young people are struck by a car after getting off a bus in Manalapan. Video shows 4 possible witnesses to the 3rd killing in Brooklyn using the same gun. A Miss USA contestant won't be like all the rest. She's chosen to have a double mastectomy. 1010 wins AccuWeather, partly cloudy, high today 52.
I'm Jerry Recco. A much-needed victory in St. Louis for the Jets. The Bears play the Niners tonight. The Nets won a 5th straight, and is Rutgers leaving the Big East?
This is Larry Kofsky. The stock market sharply higher. The Dow with a gain of 168. The Nasdaq is up 43.
Wins News Time, 1021. Time for traffic and transit on the one. Sponsored by SeaKitchen.com. Here's Pete Torriello.
This is not good. Cross Bronx Expressway is a parking lot, Larry, off the Bruckner and all the way out to right around Jerome Avenue, a little west of Jerome. We have an accident. 2 lanes are blocked. We have rubbernecking on the eastbound side, so that's backed up right into the GW Bridge now. The city-bound upper and lower levels are very heavy coming across the bridge. And, of course, when the Cross Bronx goes into the dumper, it takes a lot of traffic with it, and it has on the Sheridan Expressway. That's going to be backed up, too, on the northbound side as you try to pick up the Cross Bronx Expressway. Meanwhile, in Queens, the heaviest traffic is on the LIE westbound, and it starts west of Maurice Avenue, and it stays slow all the way into the Queens Midtown Tunnel and right into the Manhattan side. If you can get over to the 59th Street Bridge, that works out better. The BQE is heavy from Queens Boulevard down to the Kosciuszko Bridge. And, of course, the Battery Tunnel is back in business. 2 lanes open each way using both tubes, obviously. And the only note is you can't bring a truck into the Battery Tunnel for now. Alternate side parking is in effect today, although it is indefinitely suspended in some portions of Queens and Brooklyn because of the storm damage. Next report at 10:31 on 1010 Wins.
The new time 10:22. Some homes that were badly damaged by Hurricane Sandy will have to come down. And some of that work should begin soon in the city. Our Steve Sandberg is on Staten Island and has more.
Yeah, crews have been around block by block cleaning up piles of debris and eventually knocking down those homes that have been condemned, that are just ripped from their foundations or crumbling. They're really just standing by a nose, really just barely even up off the ground. They will all have to come down. Just too dangerous for people to come back in. And also, given the time, 3 weeks now since Sandy struck, there's mold, there's contamination, there's sewage in many places. It's just too dangerous. It's festering with all kinds of health risks that they do need to come down. And it's very emotional for some of the residents here who don't have a red tag, the yellows and the greens, who are structurally safe enough to be in but still have sustained a lot of damage, to see some of their neighbors go and not even knowing if they're ever going to come back, and having the conversations about rebuilding stronger, better, if it's ever possible, or just taking whatever the insurance company gives them and leaving for good. Sandy was such a game changer that maybe it's changed their way of thinking. But it's really just not worth their health, their risks, their safety, and their own lives and their family to stay right here on the south shore of Staten Island, so close to the ocean. Steve Sandberg, 1010 Wins, reporting live from South Beach.
The money is flowing from FEMA to storm victims in New York and New Jersey.
Long Island is getting a big chunk of the federal money doled out so far in connection with Sandy, even while FEMA's Michael Byrne has indicated the entire area deserves special treatment.
New York is different. New York is a unique housing environment.
30,000 Long Island homeowners and renters have been approved already for Sandy housing grants totaling $208 million. That's more than what all of New Jersey has been approved for so far. Most of the Long Islanders getting federal checks, 26,000, are here in Nassau County. The money does not have to be repaid, but you must register and apply for it. Mona Rivera, 1010 Wins on Long Island.
New Jersey has been approved for $206 million so far. 4 young adults were struck by a car in Manalapan, New Jersey early this morning, sending 2 of them to the hospital. New Jersey 101.5 says they had just gotten off a bus from Manhattan. No word yet on conditions or charges. Police still investigating. Wins News Time, 10:25. Money Watch in 1 minute on 1010 Wins.
'Tis the season for giving, which means you have to find some awesome gifts for the sports fans in your life. With CBS Local's Fan Shop, not only can you find great team gear, but you can also save money. Visit CBSLocalFanshop.com today through the end of the year and enter the promo code HOLIDAY10 to get an additional 10% off. Get tremendous gifts for the sports fan on your shopping list at CBSLocalFanshop.com today and use the promo code HOLIDAY10 to save even more.
Join the conversation on the go with Audio Roadshow. Our CBS Local Sports app lets you live stream your favorite sports talk radio shows and actively participate.
View upcoming topics and guest schedule. Vote on flash polls. Judge guest performances. Record 10-second audio clips to be aired, and more.
To download the free Audio Roadshow mobile app, simply call *FAN from your mobile phone. That's *326. Be the ultimate sports fan and call *FAN now.
I'm 10:26 now. Money Watch on 1010 Wins, sponsored by SUNY Downstate Medical Center. Here's Larry Kofsky with a live report.
Stocks are sharply higher as Concerns about the fiscal cliff fade a bit, although investors still have plenty to worry about. Brian Peary at the Hennessy Large Cap Growth Fund says there are also lots of buying opportunities.
If you're really looking for a negative on the market, it's there, but these are the types of opportunities that we think if you can really look past the short-term news and look at the long-term landscape, it's a great time to be buying equity.
The Dow Jones Industrial Average is up 154, the S&P 500 up 20, the Nasdaq Composite gaining 40. Home resales rose solidly last month, helped by improvement in the job market and cheap mortgages. The National Association of Realtors reports a 2.1% sales increase to an annual rate of just under 4.8 million. That's up from about 4.7 million in September. That number was revised lower. Tyson Foods is up more than 7% after its latest quarterly results topped Wall Street expectations. Tyson is up $1.27. Larry Kofsky, MarketWatch.com for 1010 Wins.
Wins News Time 1027.
Do you dream of a beautiful smile that you're proud to show off? At Contemporary Dental Implant Center, a team of specialists can restore your smile to perfection with implants for just $395. Contemporary Dental Implant Center has 8 convenient locations serving the tri-state area. Call 1-855-687-3623 for your free consultation. Has an accident or neglect left you with missing teeth? Contemporary Dental Implant Center can remedy that. Pick up the phone and call 1-855-687-3623. Embarrassed to smile for pictures or be in any because of your smile? Contemporary Dental Implant Center can restore that smile to perfection with implants for just $395. Call 1-855-687-3623. That's 1-855-687-3623 for a free consultation. Contemporary Dental Implant Center offers incredibly affordable rates on permanent implants, which means you don't need a winning lottery ticket to bite into that apple, chew steak, and eat corn on the cob. Speak with your smile today. Implants are just $395. Post and crown additional. Implant abutment and crown total of $1,785 must be completed at Contemporary Dental Implant Center to receive promotional price.
My mum always says hard work never hurt anybody. Good advice as usual. So we worked very hard to make Geico.com very easy. Say you want to report a claim and follow its progress. You can do it all online at Geico.com. Not to mention perhaps saving a tidy sum of money on your car insurance. All it takes is a few clicks. So visit Geico.com today. Oh, and Mum, if you're listening, yes, I did wash behind my ears this morning.
Are you or is someone you know an unemployed veteran? The Veterans Retraining Assistance Program, VRAP, may provide eligible unemployed veterans ages 35 to 60 with training or education assistance. Apply online today at benefits.va.gov/VAL.
News time 1028. Now this message, WeatherTech car mats and floor liners. Shop WeatherTech.com today. 1010 Winds AccuWeather, mix of sun and clouds. High today 52, partly cloudy tonight, down to 42 in Midtown, 30s in the suburbs. Tomorrow and Wednesday, intervals of clouds and sun, high both days 54, and then Thursday, Thanksgiving, partly sunny and 56, 42 now. Good morning, I'm Larry Cantor. If you'd like to set your clocks, Winds News Time at the tone, 1030.
Good morning. I'm Kathleen Marple. Someone out there knows something. Police are looking for 4 people who could help them identify the latest numbers killer in Brooklyn.
On this video that you can see on our website, 1010wins.com, 2 men and 2 women are seen walking near the Shishi boutique in the hour before the body of the 78-year-old store owner was found shot to death inside Friday. Cops want to talk to those 4. State Senator Eric Adams says this killer has to be caught.
What we would like for the police to do is to put together a tri-agency task force, state police, the New York City Police Department, and the FBI's profiling experts so that we can identify the person who's committing these crimes.
Police are confirming the same .22 caliber gun used is the one that was used in store owner killings in Brooklyn back on July 6th and also on August 2nd. Glenn Schuck, 1010 Wins in Flatbush, Brooklyn.
Winds News Time 1031. Time for traffic and transit on the ones. Here's Pete Torriello.
Well, there's just no upside to this, Kathleen. The Cross Bronx Expressway is a parking lot. It actually starts way back there east of Randall Avenue, and it continues into the Bruckner interchange and goes all the way down to a little bit west of Jerome Avenue, where an accident is blocking 2 lanes. We have delays on the eastbound side, too. Backed up onto the GW Bridge, where both decks are very heavy coming into the city. Traffic still heavy on the Harlem River Drive from the 130s to the the Triborough Bridge, and again on the FDR from the 90s heading downtown into the 60s. And on the Grand Central westbound, very heavy from LaGuardia to the BQE. Long Island Expressway is heavy westbound from Maurice Avenue to the Midtown Tunnel. And they have delays on the BQE on the westbound side from Queens Boulevard down to the Kosciuszko, as well as in Brooklyn on the Gowanus BQE combination from Prospect Expressway to the Brooklyn Bridge. Also, if you're going to be making that trip out of Bronx and into Queens, I'd go with the Throgs Neck Bridge. The Whitestone Bridge is very slow. Alternate side of the street parking regulations are in effect today. And if you see a traffic incident, call it into the 1010 WINS phone for us at 877-466-1010. You tell us, we tell the world. I'm Pete Torriello on 1010 WINS.
Liz.
Todd?
I want you back.
You're just saying that because I got a makeover to make me look hot, even though I was hot to begin with.
No. I miss those nights instantly watching TV episodes and movies online with Netflix.
We watched as much as we wanted.
Whenever and wherever we wanted.
So, you love me? Even if I put these glasses back on?
Wow, those are thick.
Instantly watch thousands of TV episodes and movies on all kinds of devices for only $8 a month with Netflix. Start your free trial today. See terms of use.
Winds use time 10:32. Now the official 1010 Winds AccuWeather 4-day forecast sponsored by Salvation Army. Here's meteorologist Dave Samuel with this live report. And actually, that's meteorologist Dr. Joe Sobel. Sorry, Dr. Joe.
No problem, but no problems weather-wise either, and that's the important thing. Mix of clouds and sun this afternoon. And the temperature tops out around 50. Then it's fair tonight. It'll drop down to near freezing in some suburbs, especially up the Hudson Valley and northern New Jersey. A low about 42 in Midtown. Then clouds and sun tomorrow and Wednesday. High tomorrow 52. Wednesday up to 54. And Thanksgiving Day looks pretty good, too. Partly sunny with a high of 56. Right now, it's mostly sunny, 43 degrees. Humidity is 76%. Northeast wind around 10 miles an hour. Again, 43 now, going up to 50 in Midtown. I'm AccuWeather meteorologist Dr. Joe Sobel on New York's weather station, 1010 WINS.
Winds use time 10:33. Some hope for Twinkie lovers in a minute on 1010 WINS.
'Tis the season for giving, which means you have to find some awesome gifts for the sports fans in your life. With CBS Local's Fan Shop, not only can you find great team gear, but you can also save money. Visit CBSLocalFanshop.com today through the end of the year and enter the promo code HOLIDAY10 to get an additional 10% off. Get tremendous gifts for the sports fan on your shopping list at CBSLocalFanshop.com today and use the promo code HOLIDAY10 to save even more.
Do you suffer from pain like joint pain, muscle pain, back pain, or painful arthritis? Then you must listen to this important message. Anatoblock is a breakthrough supplement scientifically proven to quickly and effectively reduce inflammation and get rid of pain. Anatoblock is so effective, we guarantee you'll feel a significant difference in just a few days. Best of all, Anatoblock is now available to try for free. That's right. Call 800-651-6059 now and get out of pain absolutely free. Call today, 800-651-6059.
Use time 6:34. Well, the future of the Twinkie could be decided in a New York courtroom today. A bankruptcy judge may give Hostess Brands the okay to start selling off its assets, including the iconic things like Twinkie and Ho-Hos. Correspondent Lindsay Davis says a Mexican company could come to the rescue.
The hearing today will determine if the company is liquidated. Now, part of the reason that the Mexican company could actually keep Twinkies alive is because it can take advantage of lower-priced sugar in Mexico. So, viva la Twinkie. After all, we're talking about a snack food so iconic, President Clinton included it in the Millennium Time capsule.
Several companies are expected to start bidding for the crumbs of Hostess. Well, this winter, Bronx residents won't have to haul down to Bryant Park to ice skate. Brand new rink opens in Van Cortlandt Park. City officials say we'll cut the ribbon next hour. That will include kids' sessions, hockey, and birthday parties, plus plenty of public skating time. It's run by the same people as Queens' two indoor rinks. Winds use time 10:35. If it's Monday, it must be Cambodia and Myanmar. President Obama arrived today in Cambodia for the East Asia Summit, along with a terse White House statement that the visit is not an endorsement of the Prime Minister and his government, which has been in power for more than 30 years. Mr. Obama expected to bring up human rights issues in his meeting with the Prime Minister. But correspondent Ann Compton reports the trip has not been all business. He demanded a last-minute tourist stop.
Aides say President Obama made the demand while in the motorcade arriving here in Myanmar. Security scrambled to get him inside the oldest, most revered site in Southeast Asia, Shwedagon Pagoda. where the American president, barefoot as required, poured cups of water over the shoulder of a Buddha. Quenching, the president explained, the flames of anger and hatred.
Cambodia is the last stop on the president's tour. Wins News Time, 10:36.
Have you heard? Proactive is better than ever. Stay tuned for a 1,000,000 bottle giveaway, and you'll also receive free shipping. Do you have troubled skin, acne? Well, we have great news. With Proactive, your acne can heal, and you can prevent new breakouts from happening. Don't miss this limited time offer. Give us a call at 1-800-533-3091, because we're going to let 1,000,000 people try Proactive risk-free, get 2 free gifts, and also receive free shipping when you call right now. You heard it. This offer won't last long. So call Proactive now and you'll receive a 60-day risk-free trial of Proactive, 2 free extras, and free shipping. Call 1-800-533-3091. This is our best radio offer ever. Get your risk-free 60-day trial of Proactive plus free shipping. That's right, free shipping. Don't wait. Visit getproactive.com or call 1-800-533-3091. That's 1-800-533-3091.
42 degrees with scattered clouds in New York, going up to 50 in Midtown. Winds News Time 10:37. Choosing life over beauty. That's what a Miss USA contestant says she's doing, planning to undergo a double mastectomy because she has a genetic mutation that causes breast cancer, which killed her mother. Alan Rose told ABC's Good Morning America.
When my mother passed when I was 16, it was one of those things where I said, I can either be incredibly vigilant for the rest of my life or I can make this other decision, something that's incredibly drastic, but at the same time, it's something that could help prolong my life.
Rose is set to represent D.C. in the pageant next year. She says if she wins, she'll wait till 2014 to have the surgery. If not, she'll do it right after the pageant. Winds News Time 10:38. Time for 10:10 Wins entertainment news. Justin Bieber's got some new hardware for the mantle today. 3 American Music Awards, including the top honor, Artist of the Year. Thanked his fans.
As long as you guys keep believing in me, I'll never. I want to always make you proud.
Sounds from Dick Clark Productions. By the way, the evening also included a tribute to the late Dick Clark. He created the AMAs. It is Michael Jackson night and double elimination week on Dancing with the Stars. Tonight, the final 5 will dance the songs from Bad. Melissa Rycroft and Tony Doviani going in on top. She says the music is tough to live up to.
It's going to be kind of intimidating having his music because, again, when you pay tribute to anyone, you want to do your best. You want to please everyone. And so it's going to be interesting. You got to do it right. You got to do it tactfully.
Tomorrow we find out which of the All-Stars goes to the finals. By the way, for you really committed fans, there's now a Dancing with the Stars fantasy cruise. Holland America offering it next year. Pros include Mark Vallis, Kim Johnson, and Lacey Schwimmer. Winds News Time 10:39.
It's every parent's worry. Sick child and you can't reach your doctor. Well, Brooklyn parents can rest easy thanks to the pediatric emergency rooms at the new University Hospital, SUNY Downstate. This is Dr. Michael Lucchese. Our pediatric ERs are for the emergency care of children. Separate, super clean, with very short wait times and outstanding ER doctors. In fact, our doctors teach the doctors who practice in New York. More New York City doctors graduate from SUNY Downstate than any other medical school. ER doctors here are trained in a highly competitive program, specifically in children's emergency care. So when you're worried and up at night, the ER to remember is at University Hospital, SUNY Downstate, Litch, Central Brooklyn, and the Bay Ridge Urgent Care Center, where education and research are put into practice.
For a physician referral, 1-888-270-SUNY, 1-888-270-SUNY.
The people you trust. 10:10 Wins.
All news, all the time. This is 10:10 Wins. You give us 22 minutes, we'll give you the world.
Good morning. It's 42 degrees at 10:40 on this Monday, November 19th. I'm Kathleen Marple, and here's what's happening. The city gets ready to finish Sandy's work with demolition on hundreds of homes set for this week. 10:10 Wins Steve Sandberg's live on Staten Island. No let up in the Middle East. Palestinian militants say an Israeli airstrike has killed a top Islamic Jihad leader. Not your usual nativity scene battle in California. It's not the atheists suing, but the churches. A long, weird night on Twitter for Newark Mayor Cory Booker. 10:10 Wins AccuWeather forecast. Partly sunny today, high 52.
I'm Jerry Recco. After beating the Rams, the Jets shift gears to the Patriots. Bears and 49ers tonight. The Nets extended their winning streak, and is Rutgers departing the Big East?
This is Larry Kosky. The stock market just off its highs, still sharply higher for the day. The Dow up 153, the Nasdaq up 40.
Winds USAM 1041. Time for traffic and transit on the ones. Here's Pete Torriello.
Well, you've got your pick of the delays getting through the Bronx and out of the Bronx here, Kathleen. We're going to start with the Cross Bronx Expressway, which is the Cross Bronx Distressway from the Bruckner all the way down to just before Jerome Avenue, where an accident is still blocking 2 lanes. We also have delays on the southbound Bruckner Expressway from Castle Hill Avenue down to the Sheridan, and the northbound traffic on the Sheridan Expressway is backed up on the northbound side from Westchester Avenue up to the Cross Bronx. We also have very slow traffic averaging only 15 miles an hour on the Whitestone Bridge, making the jump from the Bronx into Queens better if you can get over to the Whitestone Bridge, or the Throgs Neck, pardon me. Long Island Expressway still very heavy on the westbound side from Maurice Avenue into the Queens Midtown Tunnel. The 59th Street Bridge looks pretty good. We have delays on the Gowanus BQE combination from Prospect Expressway to the Brooklyn Bridge. Of course, the Brooklyn Battery Tunnel is now open in both directions, all lanes. The only proviso is that you cannot bring a truck into the Battery Tunnel for now. Traffic is brought to you by Caesars Entertainment, and it's time to make your Atlantic City comeback. Bally's, Caesars, Harrah's, Resorts, and the Showboat all open and ready to celebrate your return with 24-hour action and excitement. So let's show Sandy you can't keep a great city down. I'm Pete Torriello on 1010 Winds.
Winds East time 1042. Well, soon it won't be mopping up, but tearing down in some city neighborhoods devastated by Hurricane Sandy. The city is set to start demolishing hundreds of homes this week. 1010 Winds Steve Sandberg has the story in this live report from South Beach, Staten Island.
Kathleen, those demo crews are already out. Sanitation department, also private contractors, already clearing the debris from the streets and taking down whatever is already knocked down. They'll also be taking down those homes that cannot be salvaged, that are so structurally unsound and unsafe that you can't even go in. Residents will never be able to come in and collect some of their prized possessions, valuables, and keepsakes. Everything will have to come down because after 3 weeks in Sandy and being swamped in seawater and raw sewage in many cases, it is just a toxic dump on the inside. Mold, mildew, other contaminants. It is just too dangerous even to go in to salvage anything. So the emotional toll is tremendous. People are going to lose everything. Those who are still living on the blocks are concerned about the quality of the air still in and around their homes. And even those who are able to stay in their homes, they have a green or a yellow tag, they still are wondering what are they going to do in the future. Do they repair all the damage? Do they rebuild if they have to? Or do they take the money from their insurance company, what little that may be, and leave because the risk of staying here is just too great? Steve Sandberg, 1010 Winds, reporting live from South Beach.
As the demo begins, there are questions about rebuilding. One Staten Island councilman, James Odo, tells the Advance the city should consider a moratorium on new construction in the Zone A evacuation area while they consider what to do. In New Jersey, while officials talked about rebuilding smarter and stronger, they've also already okayed some temporary permits for infrastructure projects to go ahead. This afternoon, there's a big sign of recovery in the city's school system. Mayor Bloomberg announces the reopening of a dozen damaged buildings. 18 schools with some 7,800 students are still closed. Those kids have relocation assignments. Winds News time 1044. In some parts of Brooklyn, there are no signs of hope yet.
Mumir owns Deli by the Bay here on Emmons Avenue that overlooks a devastated Plum Beach. As I initially approached him, he thought I was here from FEMA or another government agency to try to lend some help.
Nobody shows up. We get over there by the Coney Island, a lot of people, from FEMA and stations and everybody, but nobody comes this side. We get hurt too.
I took a walk out to the beach there, to Plum Beach there, and it's destroyed.
Destroyed.
When you look out at that beach and see how bad it is, I mean, what do you think about all that?
Horrible. Worse than Katrina,
He realizes other areas in the city were hit harder than this. He just hopes his business can hang on. Glenn Schuck, 1010 Winds, near Plum Beach in Brooklyn.
It is 42 degrees and cloudy in New York, going up to 50 in Midtown. Winds use time 1045. Now, 1010 Winds Sports. Here's Jerry Recco.
Well, no rest for the weary after a strong game against the Rams on Sunday. Rex Ryan and the Jets return home for a Thanksgiving night game with the first-place Patriots. But as Rex points out, this next game would have meant nothing if we didn't win in St. Louis.
This is just a step in the right direction. And we just got to keep working and albeit on a short week, we have to be ready to roll. I'm excited that we'll play in front of our fans on Thanksgiving. So I think, that could be a big help for us as well.
Plus, in the Patriots' blowout win over the Colts, they lost their star tight end, Rob Gronkowski, for what looks to be 4 to 6 weeks with a broken form. He apparently had surgery this morning. Last night, the Ravens beat the Steelers 13-10. Tonight, Bears-Niners, both starting quarterbacks are out with concussions, Jay Cutler and Alex Smith. The Nets beat the Kings 99-90. Impressive win because the starters didn't do a whole lot, as Marshawn Brooks and Andre Blatch combined to shoot 16 of 18 from the fielders. Darren Williams.
They've been playing good. It's almost like they've been playing better than the first group. They come in playing free. They help each other out. They're playing a lot better defensively than the first group. So we, as starters, have to step that up.
Nets will play the Lakers in L.A. tomorrow night. Knicks beat the Pacers Sunday. They are 7-1. Maryland and Rutgers may be moving to the Big Ten. Could have an announcement today. And the New York Times reports the Yankees are on the verge of selling 49% of the Yes Network to News Corp. It's based on the estimated value of the network being $3 billion. Sports at 15 and 45 around the clock. Jerry Recco, 1010 Wins Sports.
Winds used time 1046. Latest from the Middle East coming up next on 1010 Wins.
Years ago, my doctor told me to take a Centrum Silver multivitamin every day. I tell him, sure, can't hurt, right? Then I heard this news about a multivitamin study looking at long-term health benefits for men over 50. And the multivitamin they used for the study, Centrum Silver. Hey, that's what I take. My doctor, he really knows his stuff.
The most recommended, most preferred, most studied. Centrum, always your most complete. A prior formula of Centrum Silver was used in the study.
Getting gifts for the sports fan in your life has never been easier this holiday season thanks to CBS Locals Fan Shop. We've got the jerseys and gear for almost every team in any sport. And if you visit CBS Locals Fan Shop today through the end of the year and enter the promo code HOLIDAY10, you'll get an additional 10% off your purchase. Visit CBSLocalFanShop.com today and use the promo code HOLIDAY10 to save even more from CBS Locals Fan Shop.
Here's reality, guys. If you're over 30, your testosterone levels may have already begun to decline. It's a medical fact that testosterone levels decrease with age. Here's the good news. Progene, the only all-natural dual-action testosterone supplement, is giving away a free month supply to every guy that calls today at 800-659-8316. Kick your drive back into high gear and be the man you want to be again. Try it for a month for free. There's nothing to lose. Feel younger again and be the man you want to be. Call 800-659-8316 for details. That's 800-659-8316.
Are you or is someone you know an unemployed veteran? The Veterans Retraining Assistance Program, VRAP, may provide eligible unemployed veterans ages 35 to 60 with training or education assistance. Apply online today at benefits.va.gov/vow.
Every day is a gold buying party at Palisade Jewelers, and you're invited. BYOG. But don't just bring your gold. Palisade Jewelers in Englewood, New Jersey also wants to buy your fine watches, diamonds, and estate jewelry. Family owned and operated, Palisade offers the most competitive prices in the market and a secure, comfortable environment. With over 60 years experience, the folks at Palisade have an outstanding reputation for courteous, confidential service. Whether you're buying a beautiful new piece, selling jewelry you just don't wear, or you want to trade in your old jewelry for the latest styles, call 201-871-0400 to speak to an owner. Do you have an old watch collecting dust? Palisade Jewelers wants to buy your Rolex, Patek Philippe, Cartier, and any signed piece of jewelry. Gold is at its highest price in 25 years, so it's the perfect time to sell your scrap gold. Palisade is just 4 minutes from the GW Bridge at 16 North Van Brunt Street in Englewood, New Jersey. Call 201-871-0400 or on the web at PalisadeJewelers.com. Palisade Jewelers, where you get the right price to buy, sell, and trade.
And partly cloudy in New York, going up to 50 in Midtown.
Since
Sleepy's use time 10:48. No let up in the Middle East. Sound at the funeral for 4 young members of a family killed in an Israeli strike in Gaza City over the weekend. Today, the Palestinian militant group Islamic Jihad says one of its top leaders died in a strike on a media center, second in 2 days on the building that houses the Hamas TV station. The Palestinian death toll stands at 96. Correspondent Alex Marquardt talked to a Palestinian man about the bloodshed.
With all the children and innocents being killed, do you want Hamas to keep firing at Israel?
Not
just Hamas, all the Palestinian groups, this man told us. What did they do to be killed like this?
Egypt is trying to broker a ceasefire, and the leader of Hamas taking a hard line so far, saying he will not accept Israeli conditions because it's the aggressor, adding that they want their demands met along with the ceasefire. Israeli President Shimon Peres says things are pretty clear for Israel.
Our goals are clear: to stop the fire, to end the violence, and to end the genocide. This is the most important thing. 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 This is the most
and to introduce a deterrent against the renewal of it.
A top Egyptian official says they hope by day's end to have a final signal of what can be achieved. Winds news time 10:50. Police want your help in finding a suspect in a possible hate crime stabbing outside a Queens mosque. Happened around 5 a.m. yesterday. The victim was on the way to morning prayers at the mosque on Casino Boulevard. He says the man stabbed him several times, screaming obscenities and "I will kill Muslim." Victim was treated and released at Queens General Hospital. Police have released a sketch, and you can see it at 1010wins.com. There's word from the other woman in the General David Petraeus scandal.
We still haven't heard from Paula Broadwell directly, but one of her friends reached out to say that she wants people to know that she is devastated over the fallout of the affair with ex-CIA chief David Petraeus. She's telling friends she knows how much damage this has done to her family and to others, and that she wants to try to repair it and to move on.
Correspondent Kimberly Dozier. 'Tis the season for traditional court battles over nativity scenes in public parks. In Santa Monica, California, though, it's anything but traditional. It's not the atheists suing to stop the religious display. It's the churches suing because the city canceled the celebration after the atheists took most of the space, and the city decided they didn't want a referee. So the churches sued. Winds news time 10:51. Time for traffic and transit on the ones. Here's Pete Torriello.
Well, I wish I had better news here on the Cross Bronx. I don't. It's a parking lot, and it starts way back at Randall Avenue, and it goes all the way to Jerome Avenue. We have an accident blocking 2 lanes. This has backed up the traffic on the eastbound side, too, coming across the upper and lower levels of the GW Bridge and right out to the scene of the accident. There are delays on the Bruckner running from Castle Hill Avenue down to the Sheridan Expressway, as well as on the Sheridan Expressway north into the Cross Bronx Expressway. And if you're going to be making that trip from the Bronx into Queens, Pete's pick is to go at the Throgs Neck Bridge. Don't take the Whitestone. The Whitestone's very slow. It's only doing about 15 miles an hour into Queens on the average. The Grand Central is heavy from LaGuardia west to the BQE, eastbound from Jewel Avenue into the Kew Gardens interchange, and traffic on the Van Wyck is slow in both directions approaching Queens Boulevard. We have a couple of hot spots on the LIE on the westbound side from Maurice Avenue out to the BQE, and again from Greenpoint Avenue to the Midtown Tunnel. Tappan Zee Bridge looks good. Minor delays at the Lincoln Tunnel. If you're heading for the Holland Tunnel, 78 is backed up out beyond Dickinson High. The 1-9 approach is going to be better. See a traffic problem? Call it into the 1010 Wins phone force at 877-466-1010. Next report at 11:01 on 1010 Wins.
Winds news time 10:52. Now the official 1010 Wins AccuWeather 4-day forecast sponsored by Barclays Center. Here's meteorologist Dr. Joe Sobel with this live report.
Well, the weather looks pretty good as we start this big weekend. It's a big weekend of traveling, a big weekend of visiting, a big weekend of shopping, a big weekend of eating, and the weather ought to be just fine. A mix of clouds and sun this afternoon, the high around 50. Patchy clouds tonight, a low about 40. Clouds and some sun tomorrow and Wednesday. High tomorrow 52, Wednesday's high 54. And then on Thursday for Thanksgiving Day, partly sunny, a nice afternoon, the high of 56. Right now, we'll call it partly sunny. It's 43 degrees, humidity 76%, northeast wind at 14. Again, 43 now, going up to 50 in Midtown. I'm AccuWeather meteorologist Dr. Joe Sobel on New York's weather station, 1010 Wins.
Winds news time 10:53. How a Twitter feed added up to a lot of very plain food for Mayor Cory Booker in a minute on 1010 Wins.
Getting gifts for the sports fan in your life has never been easier this holiday season thanks to CBS Locals Fan Shop. We've got the jerseys and gear for almost every team in any sport. And if you visit CBS Locals Fan Shop today through the end of the year and enter the promo code HOLIDAY10, you'll get an additional 10% off your purchase. Visit CBSLocalFanShop.com today and use the promo code HOLIDAY10 to save even more from CBS Locals Fan Shop.
54. Well, Newark Mayor Cory Booker and one of his Twitter followers about to find out how the other half lives. They'll be living on food stamps for a week. New York Mag has the tweets that explain it all. Seems His Honor quoted a quote from Plutarch, yes, the ancient Greek, an imbalance between rich and poor is the oldest and most fatal ailment of all republics. That led MC Wade NC to shoot back. Nutrition is not the responsibility of the government. They went back and forth. Booker challenged the tweeter to live on food stamps for a week. Took him up on it. The rules, by the way, include a ban on accepting free food, so once the challenge is on, please don't feed the mayor. Who needs Thanksgiving? Let's go right to Black Friday. Correspondent Bianca Goladriga reports that's what some shoppers are doing.
In places like Wisconsin, California, and Florida, shoppers have already started camping out. Some even planning to eat Thanksgiving dinner in line.
Thanksgiving, Mom comes out with the china and the plates, and we've got everything you have on a normal Thanksgiving table.
These early birds are ready to pounce on door-busting deals on the hottest holiday products.
There are some new signs of the season in the city today. Tiffany opened its window display today. Wins News Time 10:55. Money Watch in 1 minute on 1010 Wins.
Hey guys, remember when you were 18 with unlimited energy and the stamina to do anything you wanted, anytime? Wish you could relive your glory days and have the testosterone drive of your teenage years with the experience and skill you have today? Now you can with ProGene Daily Complex.
This is Dr. Todd Karen from the American Academy of Anti-Aging and Regenerative Medicine. Testosterone levels decrease in men after the age of 20. It's a major cause of the aging process. The effects include lack of energy, decrease in muscle mass, increasing belly fat, and decreased sexual performance, all of which impact self-esteem, confidence, and most importantly, overall quality of life.
Kick your drive back into high gear with ProGene. Call 800-943-2706 today to get a full month absolutely free. No injections, no prescription needed. ProGene is an all-natural herbal supplement that helps men boost testosterone production. Claim your free month supply now by calling 800-943-2706. That's 800-943-2706. Again, 800-943-2706. Shipping and processing charges apply.
Time 10:56. Now Money Watch on 1010 Wins, sponsored by MyShortSale.com. Here's Larry Kofsky reporting live.
Stock prices are sharply higher, but just off their best levels of the morning. The Dow Jones Industrial Average is up 154. The S&P 500 is up 20. The NASDAQ Composite gaining 44. Home builders are feeling better about the housing market. The National Association of Home Builders Confidence Index climbed 5 points this month to 46, according to the trade group's chief economist, David Crow.
The beginning of the slide was the last time we've seen levels this large. And, of course, this index goes between 0 and 100, where 50 is considered to be the tipping point, where more builders are optimistic than not.
The index is at its best level since May of 2006. Americans are using their credit cards more and paying later. TransUnion says average credit card debt per borrower rose by nearly 5% in the third quarter from a year ago. Credit card delinquencies rose 2.75%. The Downtown Alliance is launching a grant program to support lower Manhattan businesses affected by Superstorm Sandy. The Alliance will also be promoting downtown shopping and dining with holiday advertising and consumer guides. Larry Kofsky, MarketWatch.com for 1010 Wins.
Money Watch at 26 and 56 minutes past every hour on 1010 Wins. Wins News Time 10:58.
We interrupt our program with news that a buy one, get one 50% off sale made impact at Old Navy and what officials say is a sign of impending Chirmageddon. We now take you to shoppers on the scene.
It crashed into earth with enormous savings. I got a coat, and without warning, jeans were half price. And I bought a sweater and got a performance fleece half off. We're all going to buy.
Save yourself and buy one, get one 50% off the entire store. Now through Thanksgiving Day. Old Navy. Come fun, come all.
Valid 11/17 through 11/22 and store only excludes gift cards.
Geico says, let's make life simpler.
It's a fact of modern life. Switching isn't easy. Your bank, your cable company, your girlfriend. Let's just say each switch comes with a certain degree of difficulty. But switching to Geico, now that couldn't be easier. First of all, it only takes 15 minutes. And just like that, you could be saving hundreds on car insurance. No muss, no fuss, no irate, vengeful, significant others.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
WINS, WINS HD, WWFS HD3, New York.
It is 43 degrees and cloudy in New York. Winds News Time 10:59. Checking the official 1010 Winds AccuWeather 4-day forecast. This afternoon, forecast sponsored by PlazaHyundai.com. This afternoon, mix of clouds and sun, high 50. Partly cloudy tonight. Lows range from 32 in the suburbs to 42 in Midtown. Tomorrow and Wednesday, clouds and sun. High tomorrow 52, Wednesday 54. For Thanksgiving Day Thursday, pretty nice. Partly sunny, nice afternoon with a high of 56. It is 43 degrees right now, cloudy in New York. Humidity 73%. The winds northeast at 6 miles an hour. Current temperature is 43, going up 43, going up to 50 in Midtown. And it is 42 degrees at LaGuardia, sponsored by GroundLink, the next generation car service, guaranteed on-time pickup, or your next ride is free. This is 1010 Wins, New York's one and only all-news station. Kyle McMorrow is our service aide. Tom Opper is our writer. Ronnie Stern is the editor. And I'm Kathleen Marple.
all the time. This is 1010 Wins. You give us 22 minutes, we'll give you the world.
Good morning, 43 degrees, 11 o'clock, Monday, November 19th. I'm Larry Cantor, and here's what's happening. The bulldozers will be moving soon to take down damaged houses around the city. Egypt's new government tries to broker a ceasefire between Israel and Gaza. A Brooklyn woman was apparently the last to know she'd been divorced. Hostess goodies probably won't go away just because the company is going. 1010 Wins, AccuWeather, partly cloudy, high today 52.
I'm Jerry Recco. A win for the Jets, who have a quick turnaround this week. Niners and Bears tonight. The Nets cruised in Sacramento. And is Rutgers heading to the Big Ten?
This is Larry Kowski. Stock prices remain sharply higher. The Dow with a gain of 160. The Nasdaq up 45.
Wins News Time, 11:01. Time for traffic and transit on the ones and Pete Torriello.
What a mess on the Cross Bronx Expressway. It's jammed up from Randall Avenue all the way down to Jerome Avenue, where an accident is still blocking two of the westbound lanes. And the rubbernecking has it backed up on the city-bound upper and lower levels of the GW Bridge, and continuing east on the Cross Bronx down to the accident scene. We have delays on the Bruckner from Castle Hill Avenue down to the Sheridan, and on the Sheridan northbound into the Cross Bronx Expressway. The Whitestone Bridge is very slow into Queens. Take the Throgs Neck and save yourself some aggravation. Grand Central Parkway is loaded up westbound from LaGuardia to the BQE. And eastbound from Jewel Avenue into the Kew Gardens Interchange. The Van Wyck is still heavy in both directions into Queens Boulevard, and the Long Island Expressway is slow westbound from Maurice Avenue to the BQE and from Greenpoint Avenue into the Midtown Tunnel. To the north, the Tappan Zee Bridge is in good shape. We have no delays at the Lincoln Tunnel. If you're going to the Holland Tunnel, 78 is slow from Dickinson High, so take the 1-9 approach. And the Staten Island Expressway is starting to get ugly again from Clove Road out to the Verrazano Bridge. Our next report at 11:11 on 1010 Wins.
Providence Wins News Time, 11:02. What Hurricane Sandy started, the city will finish at homes that are now uninhabitable. Some demolition work begins this week, and many of those homes are on Staten Island. That's where we find our Steve Sandberg. He has a live report.
I talked to one woman here in South Beach who she wants her home gone. She wants it condemned. She wants the city to take a bulldozer to it and knock it down. They slapped a yellow tag on it. It means it's structurally sound. But inside, when the water came up all the way to the ceiling on her single-story home, it left behind black mold soaked through the wallboard, soaked through the wood frame of the home. There's now white mold, furry, fuzzy mold growing up on the ceiling itself. It is uninhabitable. The insurance company just came in to take the first look. She wants it knocked down. Further, beyond that, she says once it's knocked down, she's not rebuilding. She wants out of here. And many residents along Staten Island's ocean front are asking them the same question. Do I rebuild? Do I repair? Or do I take the money from the insurance company and leave? The city putting out sanitation, other private contractors already cleaning up the mess. Those homes already knocked down. They're taking away the debris, and those with red stickers are going to be forced to come down. They'll be knocked down. Everything inside, the contamination with it, carted off and taken away. Steve Sandberg, 1010 Wins, reporting live in South Beach.
Wins News Time, 11:04. This is why it's important to register with FEMA right away. The agency has already begun handing out grant money. More than 30,000 Long Island residents are getting theirs.
Of those 30,000 homeowners and renters approved for federal checks, the bulk of them, 26,000, are here in Nassau County, where County Executive Ed Mangano has been urging people to apply for the federal grants.
It's not for everyone, but it's surely going to help some residents out there.
You can use the federal money for emergency housing or repairs. And if you look at the numbers, Long Islanders have gotten the bulk of the federal money approved so far for Sandy, $208 million for Long Island. That's more than 40% of what has been approved for New York State and more than what has been okayed so far for all of New Jersey. Mona Rivera, 1010 Wins on Long Island.
The Downtown Alliance is launching a grant program for Lower Manhattan businesses affected by the storm. The Alliance has donated $1 million to the fund and is seeking matching contributions. The grants will apply to damaged businesses in Flood Zone A below Chambers Street. Now the official 1010 Wins AccuWeather 4-day forecast sponsored by PlazaHyundai.com. Mix of sun and clouds this afternoon, a high 50 degrees, partly cloudy tonight, a low down to 42 in mid. Tomorrow's high 52, Wednesday 54. The warm-up continues on Thanksgiving Day. Partly sunny and a high 56. It's 43 degrees. Skies are cloudy. Humidity 73%. Winds northeast at 6. Repeating the current temperature, 43, heading up to 50. Winds news time, 11:05. Violence continues to escalate between Israel and Hamas fighters, with more civilians in Gaza caught in the crossfire. Thousands of grief-stricken Palestinians came out into the streets for the funeral of children killed in an Israeli airstrike yesterday. Islamic Jihad says an Israeli strike on a media center killed one of its top leaders. A Hamas leader says it's up to Israel to stop the fighting and agree to Hamas demands. Of course, it's not going to be that simple. Here's correspondent Aaron Katursky.
Israel wants a sustained, ongoing halt to rocket fire from Gaza. It has joined ceasefire talks with Egypt, Qatar, and Turkey, but the Israeli ambassador to the United Nations, Ido Aharoni, made clear the military is still prepared to escalate.
It is impossible for us to accurately predict at this point if there is going to be a ground operation or not.
Hamas has demanded an end to Israel's embargo of the Gaza Strip and a pledge by Israel not to attack again.
The Palestinian death toll in the 6 days of fighting is now 96. On the Israeli side, 3 civilians have died and dozens have been wounded. Winds News Time, 11:07. Police have released a video in the case of a possible serial killer in Brooklyn. All 3 victims were of Middle Eastern descent.
Police say it was the same .22 caliber gun used in the killings of the 3 store owners here in Brooklyn since July, most recently Friday, when the 78-year-old owner of Shishi Boutique here on Flatbush Avenue found shot 3 times to death. Cops want to talk to 2 men and 2 women seen on this video passing by the store in the hour before the body was found. State Senator Eric Adams says understandably store owners in Brooklyn are very nervous.
They are very afraid, and they're looking for information. And we want to arm them with simple steps that they can take to protect themselves.
The NYPD stressing these 4 are not suspects that are seen on this video, but may have critical information about the killer. Glenn Schuck, 1010 Winds in Flatbush.
Winds News Time, 11:07.
Now, a traffic and transit update on 1010 Winds.
Well, it's high time we had some better news on the Cross Bronx, and we do, sort of. An accident on the westbound side is now cleared. Approaching Jerome Avenue, all lanes are open. That's the good news. The bad news is, though, that the traffic is still backed up all the way to the Bruckner interchange, and we have delays on the Deegan on the northbound side starting south of Yankee Stadium, as well as on the southbound side starting a little bit to the south of Fordham Road. And with traffic and transit reports every 10 minutes on the ones and breaking news as it happens, I'm Pete Torriello on 1010 Winds.
Winds News Time, 11:08.
Getting gifts for the sports fan in your life has never been easier this holiday season thanks to CBS Locals Fan Shop. We've got the jerseys and gear for almost every team in any sport. And if you visit CBS Locals Fan Shop today through the end of the year and enter the promo code HOLIDAY10, you'll get an additional 10% off your purchase. Visit CBSLocalFanShop.com today and use the promo code HOLIDAY10 to save even more from CBS Locals Fan Shop.
Gift giving can be stressful. Don't let your next special date catch you unprepared. You're just a click away from the perfect gift at RedEnvelope.com. RedEnvelope.com has always been the place online to find extraordinary one-of-a-kind gifts. But now it's even better with hundreds of amazing gifts. Fast, easy, and perfect. What more could you ask for? How about 20% off everything, plus our signature red gift box free? Okay, done. Just go to RedEnvelope.com and enter promotion code FAST at checkout. Hurry, this deal won't last forever. So go to RedEnvelope.com and enter code FAST.
Winds News Time, 11:09. Now this message. See the all-new 2013 Honda Accord at BayRidgeHonda.com. Now your health. Here's 1010 Winds medical reporter Dr. Brian McDonough.
Spice allergy accounts for 2% of food allergies. The allergic symptoms related to spice allergies can range from sneezing, rash, or stomach upset to actually affecting the ability to breathe. It's very difficult to detect spices in foods because the Food and Drug Administration does not regulate spices. This means that labels do not even have to mention the presence of spices. And it gets even worse for those who have spice allergy. Spices are not just limited to foods. They can be found in cosmetics, fragrances, even toothpaste. For a copy of this Radio Mart Reports, log on to cbsnewyork.com/yourhealth. With your health, I'm Dr. Brian McDonough on 1010 Winds.
Winds News Time, 11:10. Traffic and AccuWeather in 1 minute on 1010 Winds.
Guys, you've heard about Ageless Male, the natural supplement that helps boost testosterone levels within normal, healthy ranges. But now, the best testosterone product is even better. New and improved Ageless Male can help you feel more like you used to in your active life and in your romantic life. Because our upgraded formula has been clinically shown to increase your drive, desire, and performance. That's right, guys. Ageless Male has been clinically shown to boost performance. Cancel your plans this weekend. You're staying in. If you're ready to recapture the drive from your youth, now is the time to try Ageless Male. Because it's available risk-free. But you must call now. Just call 1-800-249-1889. Be the guy you used to be. Just call 1-800-249-1889. 1-800-249-1889. 1-800-249-1889.
Attention. Winds News Time, 11:11. Time for traffic and transit on the ones and Pete Torriello.
Well, you heard it first minutes ago here on 1010 Winds. An accident finally cleared on the Cross Bronx Expressway west near Jerome Avenue. But, the delays go all the way out to Randall Avenue. And the major digging down to a crawl on the northbound side from 149th Street up to the Cross Bronx ramp. And the traffic is heavy on the Bruckner Expressway southbound from Rosedale Avenue down to the Sheridan Expressway. Pete's Pick, if you're coming into Queens from the Bronx, take the Throgs Neck. It's averaging 45 miles an hour. The Whitestone is only averaging about 20 miles an hour. Traffic has eased out pretty nicely on the Grand Central westbound from LaGuardia out to the Triborough Bridge, but the eastbound side is down to a crawl from Jewel Avenue into the Kew Gardens interchange, and there are delays on the Van Wyck Expressway on the southbound side from Jewel Avenue all the way down to Queens Boulevard, and the northbound, it looks like a morning rush hour. That's backed up from Linden Boulevard all the way to the Kew Gardens interchange. As we cross the Hudson, it's going to be heavy on the GW Bridge, upper and lower levels, but even that is starting to break up now that they've cleared up this accident on the Cross Bronx Expressway. And our report brought to you by Kohl's Department Store. Get to Kohl's for Operation Black Friday. Doors open midnight Thursday. Shop over 500 early bird specials. Plus, it's the one time of the year that you'll get $15 Kohl's cash for every 50 spent. Kohl's opens at midnight Thursday. Kohl's, expect great things. I'm Pete Torriello on 1010 Winds.
Winds News Time, 11:12. Now the official 1010 Winds AccuWeather 4-day forecast. Meteorologist Dr. Joe Sobel has a live report.
Well, we're going to be watching a storm offshore, which is now off the Carolina coast. We think it's going to stay offshore as it moves kind of northeastward over the next few days, and that makes the clouds versus sun issue here a little tricky, but the rain and precipitation from the storm should remain offshore and not bother us. So we look for a mix of clouds and sun this afternoon, the high about 50. Partly cloudy tonight, the low 35 to 40. Clouds and sun tomorrow and Wednesday. High tomorrow 52, Wednesday's high 54, and then Thursday for Thanksgiving Day, partly sunny, up to 56. Right now, kind of cloudy, but there are breaks in the clouds. 44 degrees, humidity 73%. Northeast wind 10 to 15 miles an hour. Again, 44 now, going up to 50 in Midtown. I'm AccuWeather meteorologist Dr. Joe Sobel on New York's weather station, 1010 Winds.
Winds News Time, 11:13. Twinkie fans, don't give up hope. The iconic sweet may not vanish after all. Here's correspondent Jackie Quinn.
Come on to Hostess Twinkie Town.
Twitching for a Twinkie? Worried about your Wonder Bread? Despite the high-stakes bidding on the Internet, those Hostess products will likely live on, according to University of Michigan law professor John Pato.
The fact that the company is going into liquidation does not by any means mean that we're going to see the end of the Twinkie brand or Ho-Ho's.
He thinks other companies will come in and ask the bankruptcy judge to allow them to buy some of Hostess's divisions.
One of the very, very valuable assets of the Hostess company is the name brand recognition.
Hostess, weighed down by debt, decided to liquidate its assets and close the lid on its business.
Hostess will be in bankruptcy court in White Plains this afternoon. Winds News Time, 11:14.
Getting gifts for the sports fan in your life has never been easier this holiday season thanks to CBS Locals Fan Shop. We've got the jerseys and gear for almost every team in any sport. And if you visit CBS Locals Fan Shop today through the end of the year and enter the promo code HOLIDAY10, you'll get an additional 10% off your purchase. Visit CBSLocalFanShop.com today and use the promo code HOLIDAY10 to save even more from CBS Locals Fan Shop. Hey, New Yorkers, stay up to date with the world around you with the CBS New York mobile app. Get up-to-the-minute local news, weather, and sports updates from CBS New York sent directly to your phone with the CBS New York mobile app. Simply call ** CBS NY from your mobile phone to download the free CBS New York mobile app. That's ** 22769. Keep connected and up to date with the world's greatest city by calling ** CBS NY today. CBS New York. Local lives here. Standard message and data rates may apply.
News time, 11:15. Now 10:10 Wins Sports, sponsored by Herald Square Dental. And here's Jerry Recco at the Bob's Discount Furniture Sports Desk.
Well, Larry, now that they beat the Rams as they had to, how do the Jets approach the Patriot game Thursday night? Here's quarterback Mark Sanchez.
Whatever we got to do to win, we just need to win games. So nothing changes there. And, it's another game. Happens to be on Thursday. We got to get another win. So we'll figure out a way to do that. And we know we're going to have a tough test because that's a great team, great coaching staff. They got it all. So we got to play our best.
And one thing's clear, Brian Thomas says, have to keep plugging along.
Much needed win. We just got to keep building on it. We still have a lot of mistakes in that game, but we had to bet off those mistakes. That wasn't a perfect game. They drove the ball around us on the first drive, and those are things we have to eliminate.
The Jets are 4-6. They're 3 games behind the 7-3 Patriots. Rob Gronkowski lost for about a month. Broken forearm. Reports say he had surgery earlier this morning. The Sunday night game, Ravens over the Steelers 13-10. Bears-Niners tonight. Both Jay Cutler and Alex Smith out with concussions. Well, it looks like Maryland to the Big Ten now a done deal. Reports say they have voted unanimously to leave the ACC, and that means Rutgers is expected to follow. Reports say Rutgers will meet today to also vote to leave the Big East. The Nets beat the Kings 99-90. Of course, the Knicks earning all the praise right now at 7-1. Well, Brooklyn has won 5 straight. They are 6-2, just a game behind. And the New York Times reports the Yankees are on the verge of selling 49% of the YES Network to News Corp. Sports at 15:45 around the clock. Jerry Recco, 1010 Wins Sports.
Wins News Time, 11:17.
Everybody loves breakfast at IHOP. Now get ready for 4 great new dinners you're really going to love. Like IHOP's pork loin with cinnamon apples and lingonberries. How about tender strips of pepper steak on rice? Grilled salmon sauced with lemon dill. Or lemon chicken fettuccine alfredo. Each dinner is served with super salad, and they start at just $8.99. And for dessert, try our new dulce de leche crepes. IHOP, everything you love about breakfast. For a limited time at participating restaurants.
Tired of the same old football shows? Watch the original pro football video shows from CBS Local. Get to know everything about the game and the players on and off the field. With shows like Player Style Files and pregame playlists, you'll get exclusive access into the lives of your favorite gridiron stars. For the complete online football experience, check out these and all the other great shows at cbsnewyork.com/sports. CBS Local. Watch and learn.
Experience the magic, hear the excitement, and partake in the wonder of the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade. Live team coverage begins at 5 a.m. on the official radio station of the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade, 1010 Wins.
Sponsored in part by American Airlines, Shops at 8 at JFK, and Freesia and Associates.
Wins News Time, 11:18.
Important medical alert for users of antidepressant prescription drugs. If you or a loved one used certain antidepressant prescription drugs before or during pregnancy, including Zoloft, Depakote, Paxil, Prozac, Wellbutrin, Lexapro, Celexa, or Effexor, and have a child born with a birth defect such as cleft lip, cleft palate, club foot, or other heart, lung, and cranial defects, you may be entitled to substantial financial compensation and future medical expenses for your child's condition. Call 800-322-7975 now if you or a loved one used certain antidepressant prescription drugs before or during pregnancy and have a child born with a birth defect. Time is limited to file a claim. Act now. You may be entitled to substantial financial compensation. Call 800-322-7975. That's 800-322-7975. The call and consultation are free. 800-322-7975. This is an advertisement, not valid in all states. Paid non-attorney spokesperson. iLawsuit.com is an advertising group that represents lawyers advertising their services and is a free matching service for consumers. It is not a law firm or lawyer referral service.
Are you or is someone you know an unemployed veteran? The Veterans Retraining Assistance Program, VRAP, may provide eligible unemployed veterans ages 35 to 60 with training or education assistance. Apply online today at benefits.va.gov/VAL.
It's 43 degrees. We're heading up to 50.
There are many. Pash from Herald Square Dental. Patients often ask me, why should I consider dental implants? Well, dental implants give increased retention for dentures. They can also replace missing teeth entirely. This helps not only to improve a patient's self-esteem and confidence, but their ability to speak clearly, ingest food correctly, and improve appearance. Call Herald Square Dental today at 212-689-0024 or visit heraldsquaredental.com. We are a full-service dental facility, as well as being New York's place for same-day dentures, denture repairs, and relines for over 35 years. Herald Square Dental is conveniently located in Midtown. Call us at 212-689-0024. I'm Dr. Ian Pash, and I've wanted to be a dentist since I was a very young child. You literally see a change in people in a 6-7 hour day, and that's what brings me back every morning at 9 o'clock. Call us at 212-689-0024, and you too can smile with confidence.
The News Watch never stops. This is 1010 Wins. You give us 22 minutes, we'll give you the world.
Good morning, 43 degrees, 11:20, Monday, November 19th. I'm Larry Cantor, and here's what's happening. They'll be bringing the house down, literally, as demolition work begins in storm-damaged city neighborhoods. The rocket barrages continue between Israel and Hamas as Egypt tries to work out a ceasefire. A documentary suggests O.J. did not do it and points a finger at a man on death row. 79 years ago, Lincoln delivered the Gettysburg Address. 1010 Winds, AccuWeather, partly cloudy, high 50.
I'm Jerry Recco. A much-needed victory in St. Louis for the Jets. The Bears play the Niners tonight. The Nets won a fifth straight, and is Rutgers leaving the Big East?
This is Larry Konsky. The stock market right around its high for the day. The Dow with a gain of 163. The Nasdaq up 46.
Winds News Time, 11:21. Traffic and transit on the ones. Here's Pete Torriello.
Well, if you're stuck out there on the Cross Bronx, you might be saying, what happened? Well, we had an accident on the westbound side near Jerome Avenue. The accident is cleared, but it's still very slow from Randall Avenue all the way out to Jerome. And, of course, when the Cross Bronx is backed up, it takes the Deegan for the ride, and it did. Plus, there's construction work there on the Deegan at the Cross Bronx. So the northbound side is backed up from 149th Street. And even the Bruckner Expressway is a little slow from Rosedale Avenue out to the Sheridan Expressway. If you're going to be making the transition from the Bronx into Queens, go with Pete's Pick, the Throgs Neck Bridge. That's averaging 45 miles per hour. The Whitestone's only doing about 20 miles an hour into Queens. The Grand Central looks good now, westbound through LaGuardia out to the Triborough, but the eastbound side is heavy from Jewel Avenue into Kew Gardens. The Long Island Expressway is slow westbound Maurice Avenue to the BQE and Greenpoint Avenue to the Midtown Tunnel, and the Gowanus BQE combination is heavy from Prospect Expressway up to the Kosciuszko Bridge, and there are delays on the Staten Island Expressway taking it east from Targhee into the Verrazano Bridge. I'm Pete Torriello on 1010 Winds.
Winds News Time, 11:23. The mayor said hundreds of New York City homes were so badly damaged by Hurricane Sandy they'll have to come down, and that work should begin soon. Some of those houses are on Staten Island. Our Steve Sandberg is there with a live report.
Yeah, going block by block, Larry, here along Father Capodanno Boulevard and into some of the side streets along Staten Island South Shore. You see the devastation. You see it firsthand. Many homes have just been leveled naturally by Sandy. Others are just teetering on the edge of falling down, and they have red stickers. All these homes with red stickers likely are going to have to come down, and so crews are already going around, sanitation, other private contractors with heavy equipment, bulldozers and bobcats, and they're picking up the pieces and dumping them into garbage trucks and carting them away. And for many who are still living on this block, who are fortunate to have green or yellow tags and can stay in their structurally sound homes, there are health risks with these neighboring homes festering with mold and other contamination. The air quality is bad in this area as well for those who are still existing, so they want to see them go. But it is a very sad day for many residents watching their own homes or their neighbors' homes and all the memories that were created just wiped off the map and just carted away as a heap of garbage. And many are now asking themselves, well, do I rebuild? Do I stay or do I go? And for many, it's a very emotional decision. It's also a financial decision of what they can afford to do. Steve Sandberg, 1010 Winds, reporting live in South Beach, Staten Island.
Another hard-hit area is along the Belt Parkway in Brooklyn.
The walking bridges and footpath here at Plum Beach completely inaccessible. Sandy took care of that. Debris everywhere. Stan still tries to walk his dogs here every day. He's been doing this for 38 years. He says the last few weeks certainly have been tough to look at here.
When you look at it now, how does it make you feel?
Well, Will said
but I figure someday it will get done.
As we walked a couple of blocks, we found his car still buried under debris. When you walk on that beach, you see the sand move, the walkway's gone.
There's my car, a white Audi over there. I had to move it out of my driveway. It's destroyed.
One Shuck, 10-10 wins. Plum Beach in Brooklyn.
Wins News Time, 11:25. Money Watch in 1 minute on 10-10 wins.
Come join the celebration at Joe's Bakery at 7550 Metropolitan Ave in Middle Village, Queens, New York, as they celebrate the grand opening of their beautiful brand new facility. Call Joe's Bakery for details at 718-326-0190. Joe's Bakery is proud to offer fresh breads, cookies, pastries, gelato, and cakes for all occasions, and can create almost any cake for you, your family, and friends with at least 24 hours notice. Joe's Bakery has all of your solutions for all of your holiday parties, so call them right now at 718-326-0190 or visit their amazing new bakery at 7550 Metropolitan Ave in Middle Village, New York, featuring their new state-of-the-art baking ovens imported directly from Italy and a delightful bakery decor that will give you a truly authentic taste and feel of Italy. Call Joe's Bakery to place your orders for all of your Thanksgiving, Christmas, and New Year's Eve functions. Call Joe's Bakery today at 718-326-0190. That's 718-326-0190. And feel free to fax your orders to them at 718-326-3022.
Time 11:26. Now Money Watch on 10-10 wins, sponsored by HeraldSquareDental.com. Here's Larry Kofsky reporting live.
Stocks are steady near their highs for the day. Good news on housing providing support. The National Association of Home Builders reporting an increase in its index of home builder sentiment this month. And the National Association of Realtors says home resales rose in October. The Dow Jones Industrial Average is up 162. The S&P 500 up 46. The Nasdaq Composite is up 46. The S&P is up 21. Hostess Brands is in bankruptcy court today to begin the process of selling itself. It probably won't mean the end of the company's most popular brands, according to Professor John Potto at the University of Michigan School of Law.
The fact that the company is going into liquidation does not by any means mean that we're going to see the end of the Twinkie brand or Ho-Hos or Ding Dongs or Wonder Bread.
Hostess is going out of business, unable to overcome the multiple obstacles of debt, management turmoil, rising labor costs, and changing consumer tastes. A change at the top is coming at Intel. CEO Paul Otellini is retiring as president and CEO in May. He's held the job since 2005. No successor has been named. Intel is up 17 cents. Larry Kofsky, MarketWatch.com for 10-10 wins.
Wins News Time, 11:27.
Hello. I heard it can make you sick and miserable.
I heard it can make kids so sick they have to go to a hospital.
I heard it could put the health of pregnant women in danger.
If you have something like diabetes or you're an older adult, I heard it can kill.
If you heard that influenza can seriously threaten your health, you heard right. Influenza can strike anyone, and when it does, it makes people sick, putting tens of thousands in the hospital. In New York City, over 1,000 people die from influenza every year. So who needs a flu vaccine? Everyone does. But anyone 50 or older, or children younger than 5, people who have long-term health problems or are pregnant, are especially at risk. Vaccination is a safe and simple way to protect yourself and your loved ones. Flu vaccine is easy to find. Ask your doctor, call 311 or visit nyc.gov and search for flu. A message from the New York City Health Department.
'Tis the season for giving, which means you have to find some awesome gifts for the sports fans in your life. With CBS Local's Fan Shop, not only can you find great team gear, but you can also save money. Visit CBSLocalFanshop.com today through the end of the year and enter the promo code HOLIDAY10 to get an additional 10% off. Get tremendous gifts for the sports fan on your shopping list at CBSLocalFanshop.com today and use the promo code HOLIDAY10 to save even more.
TailgateFan.com has everything you need for the football season. Upload and share photos. Watch videos highlighting the best tailgating around. Read tailgating recipes and more. Get the best tailgating content and tips around at TailgateFan.com.
Check out bestof.cbslocal.com for tips on everything from the local music scene to family-friendly activities. Bestof.cbslocal.com. CBS Local. Local lives here.
Oh. Time 11:28.
Now a commercial.
Now this message: save on heating oil costs by visiting petro.com or calling 1-800-OIL-HEAT. Mix of sun and clouds. High today 50 degrees. Partly cloudy tonight, down to 42. 30 suburbs. Tomorrow, Wednesday, We'll see clouds and sun mix and a high in the low 50s. Good morning. I'm Larry Cantor. If you'd like to set your clocks, Winds News Time at the tone, 11:30.
Good morning. I'm Kathleen Marple. An escalation in fighting between Israel and the Palestinians. Israeli airstrike today at a Gaza media center, killing a top Islamic Jihad leader. Israeli aircraft also hit crowded areas in the Gaza Strip, driving the Palestinian death toll to 96 in the six-day-old offensive. Hamas fighters, meanwhile, fired at least 75 rockets into Israel today. Correspondent Matt Gutman is in the southern Israeli town of Ashkelon.
It's eerily calm here. It is rush hour here, and there are essentially no cars on the road. You don't see people anywhere. We're in the central bus station, and there was basically nobody there. There have been sirens throughout the day here. A number of rockets landed. Nobody significantly hurt here, but it's that sense of terror, of impending doom, that these rockets could land at any time that is so disconcerting to the folks here.
The diplomatic effort to end the fighting is intensified. A senior Egyptian official says their mediators are hoping to have a clearer idea of whether a ceasefire is possible. The official says Israel and Hamas are both looking for guarantees to ensure a long-term stop to hostilities. Traveling in Myanmar, President Obama said he was in touch with players across the region in hopes of stopping the fighting. Winds News Time 11:31. Time for traffic and transit on the ones. Here's Pete Torriello.
Connect the dots for misery on the Cross Bronx here, Kathleen. The westbound side is backed up, not quite to Randall Avenue at this point, but almost. And from that spot all the way to the George Washington Bridge, it's all bad news. The problem had been an accident at Jerome Avenue. The accident cleared now, but the damage is done. The Deegan delays are really bad, too. That's backed up now past 149th Street, so south of 149, going all the way up to the ramp to the Cross Bronx Expressway. The southbound Deegan is heavy south of Fordham Road. We've seen worse there on many a day. And again, if you're going to be making the jump from the Bronx into Queens, I would go with the Throgs Neck Bridge. If you go to the Whitestone, they're only running at about 20 miles an hour over the bridge. They're doing about 40-45 over on the Throgs Neck Bridge. We get into Queens, and the Grand Central is going to be slow on the eastbound side from Jewel Avenue into the Kew Gardens interchange. There are delays on the Van Wyck south of Jewel Avenue running down toward the area of Queens Boulevard, and the northbound traffic is backed up all the way to Linden Boulevard. The Brooklyn Battery Tunnel is open in both directions for all vehicles except trucks. Hudson River crossings are moving well from the Tappan Zee Bridge to the Holland Tunnel. I'm Pete Torriello. Next report at 11:41 on 1010 Winds.
Hi. Drug, alcohol, and gambling addiction can be devastating for you and your loved ones. Don't let the disease of addiction ruin everything you've worked so hard for. The Treatment Helpline has helped thousands of people just like you take control of their addictions and live healthier, cleaner, and happier lives. You are not alone. Now there's hope. The Treatment Helpline has helped people just like you overcome their addiction. If you or a loved one is suffering from a drug, alcohol, or gambling addiction, let us help you today. Call 1-800-253-4207. Our seasoned addiction treatment professionals can show you how to use your private health insurance to help cover the costs of this life-changing program. Call now and get a free confidential consultation. 1-800-253-4207. That's 1-800-253-4207. Help is only a phone call away. Call 1-800-253-4207. That's 1-800-253-4207.
11:32. Now the official 1010 Winds AccuWeather 4-day forecast, sponsored by P.C. Richard & Son. Here's meteorologist Dr. Joe Sobel with this live report.
Well, we are watching a storm system down to our south. It's off the Georgia, South Carolina coast. We think it's going to stay far enough offshore so that its rain and wind and nastiness will generally stay out over the ocean. But it does kind of complicate the cloud versus sun issue over the next couple of days. So we'll call it a mix of clouds and sun this afternoon. Temperature tops out around the 50-degree mark. Then rather cloudy tonight with a low about 42 in Midtown. Tomorrow and Wednesday, times of clouds and sun. High tomorrow 52, Wednesday 54, and then Thanksgiving Day, Thursday, should be partly sunny. A nice afternoon, a high 56. Right now, it's partly sunny. 43 degrees. Humidity is at 70%, and the east wind around 11 miles an hour. Again, 43 now, going up to 50 in Midtown. I'm AccuWeather meteorologist Dr. Joe Sobel on New York's weather station, 1010 Winds.
Winds News Time 11:33. A new take on the O.J. Simpson case in 1 minute on 1010 Winds.
Getting gifts for the sports fan in your life has never been easier this holiday season thanks to CBS Local's Fan Shop. We've got the jerseys and gear for almost every team in any sport. And if you visit CBS Locals Fan Shop today through the end of the year and enter the promo code HOLIDAY10, you'll get an additional 10% off your purchase. Visit CBS localfanshop.com today and use the promo code HOLIDAY10 to save even more from CBS Locals Fan Shop.
Winds use time 11:34. A new theory in the killing of O.J. Simpson's ex-wife, Nicole Brown. A documentary claims she was murdered by known serial killer Glenn Rogers and not by Simpson, who was acquitted of criminal charges in the killing. Rogers was found guilty in the murders of two women in 1995 after Brown and friend Ron Goldman were stabbed to death. The documentary by Investigation Discovery for the Discovery Channel claims that Rogers boasted he befriended her shortly before he moved to Los Angeles from Ohio, and after he moved to Los Angeles, and warned that she was rich and he was going to take her down. The Post says Simpson allegedly hired him to break into his ex-wife's home to steal a pair of $20,000 earrings and kill her if necessary. Rogers is on death row in Florida. Simpson is serving life for an armed robbery in Vegas. Paula Broadwell, whose extramarital affair with General David Petraeus led to his resignation as CIA head, had no comment when she was confronted outside her home in Charlotte, North Carolina yesterday. But a person close to her says she deeply regrets the damage done to her family and everybody else and is trying to repair it and move forward. The FBI is investigating her over the classified documents found on her laptop and in her home. Meanwhile, the other woman in the saga, Tampa socialite Jill Kelly, is keeping a low profile too, but a family friend, Don Phillips, has offended her in an exclusive interview with ABC News.
The best kind of a friend. The friend that would keep a secret. The friend that you could trust.
Kelly's the woman whose complaint to the FBI exposed the affair between Petraeus and Broadwell. Well, if you're ready for the holiday shopping season, go right past Thanksgiving to Black Friday. Some shoppers have already begun camping out to be the first to get the bargains. Correspondent Bianca Goladriga says one retailer is planning to open Thanksgiving night, and workers don't like it.
The country's biggest retailer may be in for a Black Friday blackout. Walmart workers at 1,000 locations, angry that stores are opening at 8 p.m. on Thanksgiving, are planning to strike. And in cities like Chicago, Dallas, Miami, Milwaukee, and Los Angeles, it could happen as early as today.
Winds use time 11:36.
Do you have student loans and are worried about making your payments? Stop worrying. Now Direct Student Aid can help if you are behind, if you are late, or even if you are in default on your student loans, we can help cut your payments fast. We provide student loan relief, getting you relief from your student loans right away. We will stop any harassing phone calls, stop any wage garnishments, and even remove any tax liens. No matter how much you owe or how far behind you are with payments, call our established Direct Student Aid toll-free assistance line right now. We can fix your student loan problems guaranteed. That's right, we guarantee we will get your student loan out of default and cut your payments right away. We have helped thousands of people just like you fix their student loans. Best of all, it's 100% guaranteed. Don't go another day with your loans behind or in default. Our specialists are waiting for your call. Call 800-395-5576. That's 800-395-5576. Again, call 800-395-5576. That's 800-395-5576.
Degrees cloudy in New York, going to 50 in Midtown. Winds use time 11:37. Just days after the release of Steven Spielberg's Lincoln, the movie maker was in Gettysburg today, giving the keynote address at the Soldiers National Cemetery to celebrate the 149th anniversary of President Lincoln's Gettysburg Address. Also at the event, 16 citizenship candidates from 11 countries were scheduled to take the oath. Winds use time 11:38 now. 10 Winds entertainment news. AC/DC and Garth Brooks no longer have anything in common. Classic rock band's music will now be on iTunes. Columbia Records and Apple made the announcement today. AC/DC, one of the few acts that weren't on iTunes. Garth Brooks, by the way, is still holding out. It's Justin Bieber's, and it was Justin Bieber's night at the American Music Awards. 3 trophies, including Artist of the Year and lots of love from his fellow performers. He got to grind with Nicki Minaj and got kisses from Jenny McCarthy. Well, if Dancing with the Stars All-Stars want to get to the finals, they'll have to be bad, or at least dance to it. The semifinal 5 are dancing to songs from Michael Jackson's Bad tonight. It's double elimination tomorrow. Meanwhile, never mind Fantasy Cab. Dancing with the Stars fans will soon be able to go on a fantasy cruise. Holland America's rounded up some pros and is offering it next year. Winds use time 11:39.
During these tough economic times, there is one thing you can count on: your education. Higher education will give you the chance at finding a better job and improve the quality of your life. Further your education and advance your career today. If you're looking to go back to school in the next 3 months and already have your high school diploma, start your search with the National Education Online Center. You'll get free expert advice, school information, and a free financial aid guide. NEOC will help you get matched to your right school today. Call 877-516-0727.
Getting gifts for the sports fan in your life has never been easier this holiday season thanks to CBS Locals Fan Shop. We've got the jerseys and gear for almost every team in any sport. And if you visit CBS Locals Fan Shop today through the end of the year and enter the promo code HOLIDAY10, you'll get an additional 10% off your purchase. Visit CBSLocalFanShop.com today and use the promo code HOLIDAY10 to save even more from CBS Locals Fan Shop.
The station you know, the people you trust. 1010 wins.
All news, all the time. This is 1010 wins. You give us 22 minutes, we'll give you the world.
Good morning. It's 43 degrees at 11:40 on this Monday, November 19th. I'm Kathleen Marple, and here's what's happening. What Sandy started, city bulldozers will finish. Demolition starts this week. 1010 wins. Steve Sandberg's live on Staten Island. Someone saw something. NYPD looking for 4 people who could help them catch the numbers killer. Save the Twinkies. Bankruptcy hearing in Westchester could determine the future of the brand today. No more coming down to Manhattan to ice skate. The Bronx gets its own rink today. 1010 wins AccuWeather forecast. Partly sunny. High 52.
I'm Jerry Recco. After beating the Rams, the Jets shift gears to the Patriots. Bears and 49ers tonight. The Nets extended their winning streak. And is Rutgers departing the Big East?
This is Larry Konsky. The stock market steady, not far from its high for the day. The Dow up 152, the Nasdaq up 44.
Winds use time 11:41. Time for traffic and transit on the ones. Here's Pete Torriello.
Well, the first stop is the worst stop, and that's the Cross Bronx Expressway, which is backed up from Bruckner all the way to the GW Bridge because of an earlier accident near Jerome Avenue. Your digging delays are running north from 149th Street and southbound south of Fordham Road. Long Island Expressway is heavy westbound Maurice Avenue to the BQE and Van Dam to the Midtown Tunnel. Grand Central is backed up eastbound from Jewel Avenue down to the Van Wyck. There's construction work on the ramp. And the BQE westbound traffic is heavy from the LIE to McGinnis Boulevard. And the Gowanus BQE combination is heavy. Prospect Expressway up toward Atlantic Avenue. Also a little sluggish on the Staten Island Expressway eastbound from Moselle Avenue over to the Verrazano. The Belt is slow westbound from JFK down to Cross Bay Boulevard. And the Queensbound Whitestone Bridge is averaging 20 miles an hour. You're better on the Throgs Neck. Only minor delays on the inbound GW Bridge. 10 minutes at the Holland Tunnel. And the Lincoln Tunnel looks good. Traffic is brought to you by Caesars Entertainment, reminding you it's time to make your Atlantic City comeback. Bally's, Caesars, Harrah's Resorts, and the Showboat all open and ready to celebrate your return with 24-hour action and excitement. Let's show Sandy that you can't keep a great city down. I'm Pete Torriello on 1010 Wins.
Winds use time 11:42. Here come the bulldozers. That is the next step in many hard-hit parts of the city as demolition crews get ready to take down hundreds of damaged homes. 1010 Wins Steve Sandberg has a story live on Staten Island.
Yeah, crews are already out here in the South Beach, Midland Beach area and the parts in between, cleaning up piles of debris, houses that have fallen and crumbled to the ground. And very soon they'll be knocking down those with red tags that are so structurally unsound, some in cases ripped from their foundations and displaced, that are unlivable and will have to come down. And in the meantime, over the last 3 weeks since Sandy struck, have been festering with mold and other bacteria and contamination that they are actually putting at a health risk those people who are still living in the neighborhood. So they're all going to be cleaned down, and with them the memories and the livelihoods and everything that so many families have poured their hearts and soul and money into. Now the real question for residents here, do I stay or do I go? Can I rebuild? Can I afford to rebuild? And even if I do, can I rebuild it in such a way that is strong enough to sustain Sandy or anything that Mother Nature could throw at it, something possibly stronger? And many are wrestling with the idea of possibly leaving, just taking the money from their insurance company, what little that may be, and going. And they're saying it's just not worth the risk to themselves, to their families. They just can't go through this again. Steve Sandberg, 1010 Wins, reporting live from South Beach.
The city is marking a sign of recovery today, opening of a dozen more storm-damaged schools. 18 schools, about 7,800 students, are still closed. Those kids have been reassigned. Federal money is rolling in.
Long Island seems to be getting the lion's share of assistance from FEMA. Latest figures show FEMA has doled out about $500 million in housing assistance grants in New York State, and more than 40%, $208 million of that, has gone to Long Islanders. FEMA's Michael Byrne has acknowledged that this area has unique needs.
Traditional ways that we do it, bringing in temporary housing units, there's no place to put them. Giving rental assistance to find apartments. Vacancy rate is under 5%.
FEMA reports some 30,000 Long Island homeowners and renters have been approved for grants so far, most of them here in Nassau County. Mona Rivera, 1010 Wins on Long Island.
Also today, there's a scathing report out on the city's 911 response to Sandy. Post says some calls were unanswered, operators mishandled others, and dispatchers from police, fire, and ambulance services were fighting with each other. NYPD, though, is defending the handling of the calls, noting that some people didn't hang up when a recording told them to, so they ended up being sent to the bottom of the queue. Others called 911 instead of 311 for non-emergencies. Also today, Bellevue Hospital has announced that it is offering walk-in non-emergency services 24/7 again. That's a step forward in its effort to recover from the storm. They'll offer limited adult and pediatric outpatient primary care clinics too, as well as routine OBGYN service. They plan to start limited emergency care next month. Wins news time 11:45. Now, 1010 Wins Sports, sponsored by David Lerner Associates. Here's Jerry Recco.
Well, Jets head coach Rex Ryan says quality wins Sunday over the Rams, especially after a week in which his team had so many storylines playing out in the media.
The thing that I've been encouraged about, because a lot of the pressure is coming from outside in, and when I look at it as, this is a hard-working football team that believes in each other, and I think that's, obviously a start in the right direction.
Rex also talked about a meeting he and GM Mike Tannenbaum had with owner Woody Johnson last week.
We all want the same thing and try to, find ways to get better, and I think that's it. And Woody, like me and like everybody else, is passionate about the Jets, and we all want to win. There is no question about it, and it was a positive thing.
And Rex will address the media coming up in about 15 minutes in Florham Park as we move into Week 12 when they'll play the Patriots Thanksgiving night. Pats tight end Rob Gronkowski lost for about a month with a broken forearm. Reports saying he had surgery this morning. Last night the Ravens beat the Steelers 13-10. Bears-Niners in the Monday night game. Both Jay Cutler and Alex Smith out with concussions. It certainly looks like Maryland to the Big Ten is now done. They have reportedly voted unanimously to leave the ACC. Rutgers to meet and vote today to possibly leave the Big East, and it does appear that that's exactly the way it will go. The Nets beat the Kings 99-90 on Sunday as they have now won 5 straight games, and the Times reports the Yankees are on the verge of selling 49% of the Yes Network to News Corp. Sports at 15 and 45 around the clock. Jerry Recco, 1010 Wins Sports.
Wins use time 11:46. New developments in the so-called numbers killings in Brooklyn. That's next on 1010 Wins.
Nana and Papa with rich Jell-O pudding from Walmart, which is impressive considering their age. Ho, ho, ho. Who would eat moist Betty Crocker cookies? Up on the housetop, click, 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 down through the chimney. Come your cousins now with Nestle Toll House morsels. Walmart has everything you need for a great Thanksgiving meal, backed by our ad match guarantee. Our stores will match the price of any local competitor's printed ad for an identical product. Not applicable to Walmart.com. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
Getting gifts for the sports fan in your life has never been easier this holiday season thanks to CBS Locals Fan Shop. We've got the jerseys and gear for almost every team in any sport. And if you visit CBS Locals Fan Shop today through the end of the year and enter the promo code HOLIDAY10, you'll get an additional 10% off your purchase. Visit CBSLocalFanShop.com today and use the promo code HOLIDAY10 to save even more from CBS Locals Fan Shop.
Do you suffer from pain like joint pain, muscle pain, back pain, or painful arthritis? Then you must listen to this important message. Anatoblock is a breakthrough supplement scientifically proven to quickly and effectively reduce inflammation and get rid of pain. Anatoblock is so effective, we guarantee you'll feel a significant difference in just a few days. Best of all, Anatoblock is now available to try for free. That's right. Call 800-651-6059 now and get out of pain absolutely free. Call today, 800-651-6059.
Every 3 minutes, another person falls further into credit card debt. Many credit card companies have nearly doubled their minimum monthly payment. People can barely afford to keep up. Here's the great news. With our powerful program, anyone with $2,000 or more in credit card debt can cut their credit card payments up to half and reduce or eliminate interest charges altogether. We are a nationwide nonprofit and have helped over 600,000 people with their credit cards. Get free of credit card debt today. Call 800-493-2975. That's 800-493-2975.
It's cloudy in New York, going to 50 in Midtown.
Do you think...
M1149, police are looking for 4 people who may have seen a murder in Brooklyn that could be the work of a serial killer.
The NYPD's hate crime task force now involved in this investigation. They say the same .22 caliber gun used in this latest killing on Friday, the same one used in store owner killings in Brooklyn in July and August. And State Senator Eric Adams says this has store owners all across Brooklyn on edge.
As I walked the area yesterday and spoke to several shop owners in the local bodegas, they are very afraid, and we want to arm them with simple steps that they can take to protect themselves.
In this video that you can see on 1010wins.com, there are 2 men and 2 women walking near the Shishi boutique in the hour before Friday's killing of the 78-year-old store owner, Glenn Schuck. 1010 Wins on Flatbush Avenue in Brooklyn.
There's empty space on supermarket shelves today where you might normally find the Twinkies, Devil Dogs, or Ho-Hos, but the future of the brand could be decided this afternoon in bankruptcy court in White Plains. Correspondent Jim Ryan says the company could sell its assets, including the recipes, and the Twinkies could survive.
Watch out! They're stealing the hostess Twinkie!
Stealing may be putting it too strongly. Rather, buying the company that makes Twinkies, or at least the brand names. Several parties are lining up, checkbooks in hand, interested in purchasing the iconic Twinkies, Ho-Hos, and Ding Dong labels. Hostess blames a strike by union bakers for the intended liquidation. The National Consumers League blames bad management.
Winds used time 11:50. Manhattan's got skating rinks in Central Park and Bryant Park, and now there'll be one uptown in the Bronx. City's cutting the ribbon this hour at the new skating rink in Van Cortlandt Park. There'll be public skating lessons, kids figure skating, and hockey lessons, as well as birthday parties. The people who run 2 indoor rinks in Queens are also running this one. Winds used time 11:50. Well, it is time for the annual battle over Christmas displays in public places, but it's an unusual one in Santa Monica, California. Churches are suing the town rather than the atheists. Officials decided against holding the annual holiday tradition rather than referee a religious battle because the atheists were putting up their own displays. Winds used time 11:51. Time for traffic and transit on the ones. Here's Pete Torello.
Cross Bronx is still one big line of traffic here from the Bruckner all the way to the GW Bridge. Delays on the Deegan from Fordham Road south to the Cross Bronx northbound, backed up beyond 149th Street. Although we're doing a lot better on the Bruckner Expressway itself from the Bruckner interchange down to the Triborough Bridge. And I like the Throgs Neck Bridge better into Queens than the Whitestone at this point. West Side Highway, beautiful. They're flying off the GW Bridge all the way down to 56th Street. Even across town, the Harlem River FDR combination is doing, I'd say, better than usual for this time of the day. Just one exception, that'll be from the 130s down toward the Triborough Bridge. There are delays on the BQE. On the westbound side from Queens Boulevard down to McGinnis Boulevard, the inbound Gowanus BQE combination is heavy from Prospect Expressway to the Brooklyn Bridge. Don't forget, they opened up the Battery Tunnel for near normal operations this morning. We have all lanes open in both directions. The only restriction is still on trucks. And if you see a traffic problem, get on the telephone and let us know about it at the 1010 Wins phone for us at 877-466-1010. Next report at 12:01 on 1010 Wins.
If you have bad credit, you're not alone. Did you know that as much as 79% of all credit reports contain errors and incorrect information? Having great credit is more important than ever. Let nationally recognized credit expert Jason M. Kaplan help. Jason and his team of FICO experts will give you a free consultation and discuss how they can get your credit life back on track. Call 877-731-0082 for your free credit consultation and analysis. There's no upfront fees, and you only pay for results. Call the credit pros now at 877-731-0082.
11:52, now the official 1010 Wins AccuWeather 4-day forecast, sponsored by SeaKitchen.com. Here's meteorologist Dr. Joe Sobel with this live report.
Well, we are watching a storm system off the Georgia-South Carolina coast, which we think will kind of move northeastward and stay far enough offshore this week so that will keep its rain and nasty weather out over the ocean. And that leaves us with a relatively tranquil week of weather. However, the cloud versus sun issue is a little tricky because of that offshore storm. And right now it looks like the clouds are tending to win the battle. So we may have more clouds than sun this afternoon with a high near 50, then partly to mostly cloudy tonight, the low 42. Clouds and breaks of sun tomorrow, the high 52. And then Wednesday and Thursday look like pretty good days. Partly sunny, 54 for a high Wednesday, and then on Thanksgiving Day up to 56. But right now, tending toward cloudy, 43 degrees, humidity 73%, and a northeast wind gusting to between 15 and 20 miles an hour. Again, 43 now, going up to 50 in Midtown. I'm AccuWeather meteorologist Dr. Joe Sobel on New York's weather station. 1010 Wins.
Winds used time 11:53. A shocking announcement from a beauty queen next on 1010 Wins.
'Tis the season for giving. which means you have to find some awesome gifts for the sports fans in your life. With CBS Local's Fan Shop, not only can you find great team gear, but you can also save money. Visit CBSLocalFanShop.com today through the end of the year and enter the promo code HOLIDAY10 to get an additional 10% off. Get tremendous gifts for the sports fan on your shopping list at CBSLocalFanShop.com today and use the promo code HOLIDAY10 to save even more.
Here's reality, guys. If you're over 30, your testosterone levels may have already begun to decline. It's a medical fact that testosterone levels decrease with age. Here's the good news. Progene, the only all-natural dual-action testosterone supplement, is giving away a free month supply to every guy that calls today at 800-659-8316. Kick your drive back into high gear and be the man you want to be again. Try it for a month for free. There's nothing to lose. Feel younger again and be the man you want to be. Call 800-659-8316 for details. That's 800-659-8316.
11:54. Stunning announcement from Miss USA contestant Alan Rose told ABC's Good Morning America she's going to have a double mastectomy because she has the genetic mutation that causes breast cancer, which killed her mother. She doesn't have the disease.
There's just such a large genetic predisposition in my family to breast cancer, and I said, I'd rather do something that helps me be here for my children, that helps me be able to live a long and healthy life.
Rose will represent D.C. in the pageant next year. She says if she wins, she won't have the procedure till 2014. If she loses, she'll have the double mastectomy immediately after the pageant. President Obama has arrived in Cambodia for the East Asia Summit. He is the first U.S. president ever to visit the country. Before arriving there, Mr. Obama visited Myanmar, the former Burma, and met with an opposition leader recently elected to Parliament. Wins News Time 11:55. Money Watch in a minute.
Health insurance is on everybody's mind right now. You either don't have it or you have it and you think it's too expensive. And you probably feel like you don't have any options. We can help. We are InSphere Insurance Solutions. We offer health insurance plans from major carriers nationwide and likely have a plan that can save you money. Whether you're self-employed, on a COBRA plan that's about to expire, or you simply don't have health insurance where you work and you need it, InSphere Insurance Solutions can help you. Our agents will help you find coverage you can afford. InSphere Insurance Solutions is an authorized agency in all 50 states, including the District of Columbia. Plans may not be available in all states.
800-713-0182. 800-713-0182. 800-713-0182. That's 800-713-0182.
Wins News Time 11:56. Now Money Watch on 1010 Wins, sponsored by Geico. Here's Larry Kofsky reporting live.
Stocks are cruising with big gains. Traders are feeling a bit less worried about the fiscal cliff. Good news on housing is also providing a lift. The Dow Jones Industrial Average up 155, the S&P 500 up 20, the Nasdaq Composite gaining 45. Investors may be worrying less about the fiscal cliff, but companies are still concerned, and that has them cutting back on capital spending. Brian Peary at the Hennessy Large Cap Growth Fund says that's a negative for the economy.
We'd love to see them spend towards CapEx because that's beneficial for the economy longer term. What we would expect is maybe not higher dividends in the light that dividend tax rates may go up, but we would expect to see some more companies buying back their stock.
A review of the securities and conference filings and conference calls by the Wall Street Journal finds half of the nation's 40 biggest publicly traded companies have announced plans to curtail capital spending plans this year or next. Optimism about the housing market is improving. The National Association of Home Builders Sentiment Index is up for a seventh month. The index is at 46, a more than 6-year high. Readings over 50 indicate a positive outlook. Lowe's shares are sharply higher. The nation's second-largest home improvement retailer posted better than expected third-quarter earnings of $396 million and raised its financial outlook. Lowe's is up 216. Larry Kofsky, MarketWatch.com for 1010 Wins.
Money Watch at 26 and 56 past every hour on 1010 Wins. Wins News Time 11:58.
Bah, black sheep. Have you any wool? No, sir. No, sir. Some nincompoop with pantyhose pulled over his face stole all my wool sweaters and gaming system. Luckily, the Geico Insurance Agency recently helped me with renter's insurance. Everything stolen was replaced, and the little boy who lives down the lane was caught trying to sell it online. Call Geico and see how easy it is to switch and save on renter's insurance.
Tired of all the manly, time-wasting websites that are created by and for people who, well, don't know who the vice president is? Then the new Man Cave Daily is the site for you. Man Cave Daily is the better class of men's site that is both humorous and silly without being stupid. Waste your time on a site that won't slowly but surely kill your brain cells. Visit mancavedaily.com now and productively waste your time. Man Cave Daily, a better class of crass.
WINS, WINS HD, WWFS HD3, New York.
Winds use time 11:59. Checking the official 1010 Winds AccuWeather 4-day forecast, sponsored by PlazaHyundai.com. For this afternoon, pretty nice. Clouds and sun with a high of 50. Partly cloudy tonight. Lows range from 32 in the suburbs to 42 in Midtown. For tomorrow and Wednesday, clouds and sun. Tomorrow's high 52. By Wednesday, 54. For Thanksgiving Day Thursday, not bad. Partly sunny, nice afternoon with a high of 56. Right now, it is 45 degrees. Cloudy in New York. Humidity 70%. The winds are northeast at 10 miles an hour. Repeating the current temperature, 45 degrees. We're going up to 50 today in Midtown. Looks like it's going to be a nice day today, and the stretch of good weather continues right through the Thanksgiving holiday. More people get their news from 1010 Winds than from any other radio station in the nation. Kyle McMorrow is our service aide. Tom Offer is our writer. Ronnie Stern's the editor, and I'm Kathleen Marple.
All news, all the time. This is 1010 Winds. You give us 22 minutes, we'll give you the world.
Good afternoon. It's 45 degrees, 12 o'clock on this Monday, November 19th. I'm Larry Cantor, and here's what's happening. The city is set to begin demolishing storm-damaged homes soon. It's another day of rocket fire between Israel and Hamas, with Gaza getting the worst of it. The suspect in the killing of a Nassau County cop last month is ordered held without bail. Winter storms out west could hamper holiday travel. 1010 Winds, AccuWeather, partly cloudy, a high today 50.
This is Jay Berman. Monday Night Football features the Bears and 49ers. NBA, both the Knicks and Nets are off. Plenty of college hoops on this Monday.
Winds news time, 12:01. Checking Wall Street. The Dow is up 163 points. NASDAQ up 46. Now traffic and transit on the ones, and here's Pete Torriello.
Well, if you're over on the east side trying to get to the Triborough Bridge, you might be saying, well, what is this all about? They are sporadically opening and closing the FDR Drive approaches to the Triborough. They're testing the drawbridge. That's what it's all about. And also the Cross Bronx is still very heavy. Connect the dots lousy from the Bruckner all the way to the GW Bridge. The Deegan is backed up northbound from 149th Street, southbound from Fordham Road. And the BQE is heavy from the LIE down to McGinnis Boulevard. The Gowanus BQE combination from Prospect Expressway to the Brooklyn Bridge. Don't forget, the Battery Tunnel is almost 100% normal now. They've got everything open, both directions around the clock. You just can't bring a truck into the Battery. Otherwise, we're in pretty good shape. Belt Parkway is heavy westbound from JFK down to Cross Bay Boulevard. And making the trek from the Bronx into Queens, go with the Throgs Neck Bridge. It's still better than the Whitestone. Just getting a report of an accident now up in Westchester County at Hawthorne on the southbound Taconic Parkway in the area of Stevens Avenue. Next report at 12:11 on New York's traffic station, 1010 Winds.
At news time, 12:02. Some neighborhoods damaged by Hurricane Sandy may never be the same. The city could begin demolishing some homes soon, and it's unclear if anything will be rebuilt on that property. Here's the view from Staten Island.
Charlene Nicklin's home off Father Capodanno Boulevard had 9 feet of water inside. Somehow it's still standing, but she wants it condemned.
Everything inside destroyed and now full of like a black toxic mold, and the smell is just, it's awful.
In her mind, it's a total loss, and it should be leveled to the ground.
I have a 3.5-year-old. I can't move him in and out. He's terrified. He has nightmares, and I can't bring him back here. It's not fair to him to live like this.
She plans on selling and getting out. Someone else can rebuild.
Not for me. No.
You're done.
I'm done.
Steve Sandberg, 1010 Winds, in the South Beach section of Staten Island.
In New Jersey, the governor and other officials have talked about the need to rebuild stronger and smarter, but state officials also want recovery to move quickly. Temporary waivers are being granted for immediate reconstruction of public infrastructure. So the boardwalk that may be built is no better than the one that was just washed away. Department of Environmental Protection spokesman Larry Raganese says towns need to get back on their feet and government can't stand in the way. One of the hard-hit areas that will struggle to recover is along the Belt Parkway.
Where Knapp Street ends at Emmons Avenue, just yards away, lies beautiful Plum Beach, a popular walking and relaxation spot wiped out by the hurricane. Jackhammering clearing of debris now replaces the solace here. Joe Fontana lives a block away, says it's been rough.
It's nuts. We still have no heat and hot water.
You still have no heat and hot water?
No.
How long has that been? So this entire time, nothing?
Nothing. 19 days now. They're going to put hot water on tomorrow finally.
I mean, you look around. I was looking at Plum Beach here. It's just wiped out.
It's sad. It's sad. The holidays are coming. But we'll pick it up.
Despite his ordeal, Joe says what many New Yorkers are saying: he'd never live anywhere else. Glenn Schuck, 1010 Wins, near Plum Beach.
A dozen New York City schools that had been closed since the storm reopened today. 18 are still closed. The Downtown Alliance is launching a grant program for lower Manhattan businesses affected by the storm. The Alliance has donated $1 million to the fund and is seeking matching contributions. The grants will apply to damaged businesses in Flood Zone A below Chambers Street. Now the official 1010 Wins AccuWeather 4-day forecast sponsored by PlazaHyundai.com. A mix of sun and clouds this afternoon, heading up to 50 degrees. Tonight, partly cloudy. A low 32 in some suburbs, 42 in Midtown. Tomorrow, Wednesday, intervals of clouds and sun. High tomorrow 52 and Wednesday 54. And then Thursday, Thanksgiving Day, partly sunny with a high 56. It's 45 degrees, skies are cloudy, humidity 70%, winds northeast at 10, repeating the current temperature. 45 heading up to 50 in Midtown. Wins News Time 12:05. It's been another day of rockets and shells flying between Israel and Gaza. Correspondent Alex Marquardt is in Gaza City.
Despite feverish ceasefire talks taking place right now, the missile strikes and rocket launches haven't let up for a second. This morning, you can see the casualties mounting in the hospital. Some here are militants, most are not, including the tiny, lifeless bodies of young children wrapped in Palestinian flags.
Gaza health officials say 24 Palestinians have been killed in the past day, bringing the total to 96, and that includes 50 civilians. Egypt has been trying to broker a ceasefire. A senior Egyptian official says they hope to have a better idea today of whether that's possible. Israel and Hamas are presenting their conditions. Israel wants an immediate halt to Hamas rockets. Hamas says Israel must first lift its blockade of Gaza. Wins News Time 12:06. An alleged cop killer pleaded not guilty today to 3 counts of first-degree murder. Darrell Fuller is accused of shooting and killing a Nassau County cop and another man last month after a traffic stop on the Cross Island Parkway. Fuller remains in custody without bail. He's due back in court December 6th. This will be a short work week for many Americans. Thanksgiving is Thursday. Tomorrow is a major travel day, and if you're heading out west, the weather could affect your plans. Here's correspondent Jim Avila.
Snow, wind, and heavy rains. Bad weather causing a rough start for some of the 43 million Americans expected to be on the move this week, 90% of them in cars. Snow forecast for mountain passes in Washington state by Thanksgiving, and heavy flooding in Northern California is already creating dangerous road conditions in the west.
Here in New York, Thanksgiving begins today at the New York City Rescue Mission. Volunteers, including Police Commissioner Kelly, former Mayor David Dinkins, are serving up meals this afternoon. After Thanksgiving comes the holiday shopping season. It seems that people want to buy, but can they afford it? Here's correspondent Richard Davies.
For the first time since the 2008 recession, when most Americans went on a debt diet, consumers are now carrying more debt. According to TransUnion, credit card debt levels per borrower grew nearly 5% during the summer quarter compared with last year. Late payments also rose. The rate of credit card payments at least 90 days overdue moved up slightly, but from historically low levels. Debt for most households is still well below where it was 5 years ago.
Wins News Time 12:08.
How far would you go to help save someone's life? How about to your garage? If you have an unneeded vehicle, donate it to the Salvation Army. They'll pick it up for free, and the proceeds from its sale will help someone in the grip of addiction reclaim his life. To donate your vehicle, call 1-800-SA-TRUCK or visit satruck.org. You will be doing the most good.
Getting gifts for the sports fan in your life has never been easier this holiday season thanks to CBS Locals Fan Shop. We've got the jerseys and gear for almost every team in any sport. And if you visit CBS Locals Fan Shop today through the end of the year and enter the promo code HOLIDAY10, you'll get an additional 10% off your purchase. Visit CBSLocalFanShop.com today and use the promo code HOLIDAY10 to save even more from CBS Locals Fan Shop.
Do you suffer from pain like joint pain, muscle pain, back pain, or painful arthritis? Then you must listen to this important message. Nearly half of all Americans suffer from some kind of pain due to chronic inflammation. Aneta-Block is a breakthrough supplement scientifically proven to quickly and effectively reduce inflammation and get rid of pain. Aneta-Block is so effective in preventing excessive inflammation and reducing the pain, we guarantee you'll feel a significant difference in just a few days. Best of all, Aneta-Block is now available to try for free. That's right. Call 800-591-5693 now and get out of pain absolutely free. Aneta-Block is now looking for real-life testimonials for anyone who has back pain, muscle pain, or painful arthritis. Call 800-591-5693 to get your free supply and get out of pain today. Just call 800-591-5693 for details. Call today, 800-591-5693. That's 800-591-5693. Again, 800-591-5693.
Message, see the all-new 2013 Honda Accord at BayRidgeHonda.com. Wins News Time, 12:09.
There are
Wins News Time.
Who's watching your home when you're not there? It could be a burglar. Burglars prefer to break in when they think no one's home, and no one will stop them. Don't be an easy target for intruders. Protect your home with a free security system monitored by ADT, the leader in home security. Call now and get free hardware, free medical and fire alert, and free activation. It's an $850 value. Call right now and you'll also get 6 free sensors. That's 6 points of protection for free. Just call Protect Your Home, your authorized ADT dealer at 1-800-317-1569. You'll get 24-hour protection, and there's no cost for parts or activation. Call now about a free security system monitored by ADT. Call 1-800-317-1569. $99 installation charge, 36-month monitoring agreement at $35.99 per month. Total package includes 6-door window sensors. Labor charges may apply. Call for terms and conditions to this offer and protect your home license numbers. Call now, 1-800-317-1569.
Time.
Armchairs. I've seen them for thousands of dollars on sale at that place across town.
Judges, that price is ridiculous. At My Bob's Discount Furniture, you can buy my Woodmark dining table with leaf, 4 side chairs, and 2 armchairs for only $5.99.
Wow, their price is ridiculous.
What happens to their price when you add a lighted china?
I shudder to think.
Judges, their price is really ridiculous. At My Bob's, you get the table with leaf, 4 side chairs, 2 armchairs, and lighted wine bar china for only $11.98.
That's a whole lot of furniture for just $11.98.
Buy online at mybobs.com or at any of My Bob's Discount Furniture stores.
Wins News Time, 12:11. Time for traffic and transit on the ones. Here's Pete Torriello.
How do you like that? You say ridiculous, and I show up. Cross Bronx Expressway is a parking lot here from the Bruckner all the way to the GW Bridge. No better than 20 miles an hour for most of that run. Also, the Deegan delays are running northbound from 149th Street up to the Cross Bronx. The southbound side is backed up from Fordham Road down to the Cross Bronx. And the BQE, they've got you coming and going here into Metropolitan Avenue. The westbound side is backed up from Queens Boulevard. The eastbound side is backed up from the Prospect Expressway. And also on the Throgs Neck Bridge. Now, you may want to just ride these out. The Throgs Neck is running 45 miles an hour in either direction. The Whitestone is running about 35 miles an hour in either direction. At this point, I don't think it's worth going out of your way over 10 miles an hour. Traffic is brought to you by Kohl's Department Store. Get to Kohl's for Operation Black Friday. Doors open at midnight Thursday. Shop over 500 early bird specials. Plus, it's the one time of the year you get $15 in Kohl's cash back for every $50 that you spend. Kohl's open at midnight on Thursday. Kohl's. Expect great things. Next report at 12:21 on 1010 Wins.
Wins News Time, 12:12. Now the official 1010 Wins AccuWeather 4-day forecast. Meteorologist Dr. Joe Sobel has a live report.
Well, we are watching a storm system off the Georgia-South Carolina coast, which we think is going to move and meander slowly northeastward over the next several days. We think it's going to stay offshore, though, and keep its rain and wind and nastiness out over the ocean. And as long as it does that, our weather should be fairly easy to take. But The cloud versus sun question is going to be a lot harder to answer because of that storm. And right now it kind of looks like the clouds are winning the battle, with the temperatures this afternoon topping out around 50. Rather cloudy tonight, the low 42. Clouds and breaks of sun tomorrow with a high of 52. And then Wednesday and Thursday for Thanksgiving Day look pretty good. Partly sunny. Wednesday's high 54, then 56 on Thursday. Right now, though, mostly cloudy. 45 degrees, humidity 70%, northeast wind at 10. Again, 45 now, going up to 50 in Midtown. On AccuWeather meteorologist Dr. Joe Sobel on New York's weather station, 1010 Winds.
Winds News Time 12:13. We've come a long way from the 60s in San Francisco. The city council is scheduled to vote on an ordinance tomorrow that would prohibit nudity in most public places. In the mostly gay Castro district, there have been complaints about some men who like to hit the streets sans clothing. Exemptions would be made for certain street fairs and parades, such as the city's annual Gay Pride event and the Folsom Street Fair, which celebrates sadomasochism and other sexual subcultures. Winds News Time 12:14. 12:15, time for 1010 Winds Sports, sponsored by HaroldSquareDental.com. And here's Jay Berman at the Bob's Discount Furniture Sports Desk.
All right, Week 11 in the NFL concludes tonight with a wonderful NFC battle of two first-place teams. Problem is, neither squad will have their number one quarterback playing. The Bears visit the 49ers in Monday Night Football, and thanks to the dreaded concussion, Jay Cutler and Alex Smith will both hold the clipboard tonight. Jason Campbell starts for Chicago. Colin Kaepernick for San Francisco. Short week for the Jets as they face the Patriots Thanksgiving night. New England will not have tight end Rob Gronkowski. Tom Brady's favorite target had surgery this morning to repair a broken forearm. He's expected to miss 4 to 6 weeks. The Giants will face the Packers Sunday night. Rutgers is heading to the Big Ten. An announcement is reportedly coming tomorrow. That same announcement came today from Maryland, who is also joining the Big Ten. The move will be made for the 2014-2015 season. Meanwhile, the new number one team in the BCS, it's Notre Dame. They face USC this Saturday night. The Trojans will be without quarterback Matt Barkley. NBA, both the Knicks and Nets are off today. College hoops, it's the Legends Classic at the Barclays Center. Top-ranked Indiana takes on Georgia, UCLA, and Georgetown to follow. Tonight at the Paradise Jam, UConn tips with New Mexico. Iona, Fordham, Monmouth, and Fairfield in action as well. Hockey, the NHL, and the players, they'll resume collective bargaining discussions tonight. It's the first formal negotiating between the two sides in over a week. Sports at 15:45 around the clock. Jay Berman, 1010 Wins Sports.
Nobody knows the red carpet like Joan Jadell. Joan is plugged into the hottest parties and celebrity gossip to bring you celebrity news that sizzles this Thursday and Friday at 2:28, 5:28, and 8:28. Joan Jadell's Big Apple Red Carpet Scoop exclusively on 1010 Wins. Sponsored by Big Apple Circus.
Wins News Time 12:17.
Protect your wealth and hedge against inflation during rough economic times by investing in gold and silver. Bullion Trading, LLC, one of the largest suppliers of gold and silver in New York, has been buying and selling gold and silver bullions and coins for over 20 years. Conveniently located in Midtown Manhattan, Bullion Trading, LLC offers all products on premises for pickup or delivery. Bullion Trading, LLC does not work with the middleman. They buy direct from the market, ensuring that you'll get the best market price and no added markup at the time your order is placed. Call Bullion Trading today and start protecting your wealth, or click on the banner ad now and view their large inventory of items directly on their website. Call 212-997-2520. Whether you are an investor, trader, or just worried where your great country is heading, Bullion Trading LLC will provide the security and flexibility to trade with confidence. Bullion Trading LLC, 212-997-2520. That's 212-997-2520.
45 degrees, heading up to 50.
Getting gifts for the sports fan in your life has never been easier this holiday season thanks to CBS Locals Fan Shop. We've got the jerseys and gear for almost every team in any sport. And if you visit CBS Locals Fan Shop today through the end of the year and enter the promo code HOLIDAY10, you'll get an additional 10% off your purchase. Visit CBSLocalFanShop.com today and use the promo code HOLIDAY10 to save even more from CBS Locals Fan Shop.
I'm 12:18. If O.J. Simpson wasn't in prison, he'd certainly be out looking for the real killers of his ex-wife Nicole Brown and Ron Goldman. A new documentary backs up Simpson's claim that he didn't do it. It says Brown and Goldman were the victims of a known serial killer named Glenn Rogers. He was convicted of killing 2 women in 1995, months after the Brown-Goldman murders. The film says Rogers had boasted that he befriended Brown shortly after he moved to L.A. from Ohio. He says that Simpson hired him to break into her house and steal a pair of expensive earrings, but Simpson also gave him permission to kill her if necessary. Wins News Time, 12:19.
Attention hip implant patients. Are you in constant pain? Have you received a letter from your doctor about your implant? Have you had or need a revision surgery? Do you have high levels of metal, chromium, or cobalt in your blood? Over 90,000 hip implant devices have been recalled due to defects and failures resulting in revision or replacement surgery. If you have a recalled hip implant, you may be entitled to substantial financial compensation. Call 800-449-4269 to see if your implant is affected by the recalls. If you or a loved one has a defective or recalled hip implant, you may be entitled to substantial financial compensation. Call 800-449-4269. That's 800-449-4269. Protect your legal rights today. Call 800-449-4269. This is an advertisement, not valid in all states. Paid non-attorney spokesperson. iLawsuit.com is an advertising group that represents lawyers advertising their services and is a free matching service for consumers. It is not a law firm or lawyer referral service.
You know the people you trust. 1010 wins.
The News Watch never stops. This is 1010 wins. You give us 22 minutes, we'll give you the world.
Good afternoon. It's 45 degrees at 12:20 on this Monday, November 19th. I'm Larry Cantor, and here's what's happening. Storm-damaged homes will soon be coming down in hard-hit areas of the city. A passenger makes a threat aboard a plane at LaGuardia. Video shows 4 possible witnesses to the 3rd killing in Brooklyn using the same gun. A Miss USA contestant won't be like all the rest. She's chosen to have a double mastectomy. 1010 wins, AccuWeather, partly cloudy, a high today, 50 degrees.
This is Jay Berman. Week 11 of the NFL concludes tonight with the 49ers and Bears, and Monday Night Football looks like Rutgers is making a conference switch. Several local college hoops teams in action.
On Wall Street, the Dow is up 173 points. NASDAQ gaining 51. Wins News Time, 12:21. Time for traffic and transit on the ones and Pete Torriello.
Well, the Dow is up and your blood pressure is going to be up, too, on the Cross Bronx Expressway. Still very slow, Larry. I don't think we're seeing anything here above 20 miles an hour from the Bruckner Interchange all the way up into the George Washington Bridge. The Deegan is backed up southbound from Fordham Road down to the Cross Bronx. The northbound side is backed up from 149th Street. Now, the Whitestone and Throgs Neck Bridges are both moving at about 40 to 45 miles an hour in either direction, so we're in much better shape here. And the Tappan Zee's a little heavy into Westchester County. Otherwise, we're in pretty good shape at the Lincoln Holland tunnels. And once you get into the GW Bridge from New Jersey, we have Staten Island Expressway. A little slow, just a little pocket delay now eastbound from Fingerboard Road over to the Verrazano. There are delays on the BQE westbound from Queens Boulevard to Metropolitan Avenue, eastbound side from the Prospect Expressway to Metropolitan Avenue. And they're doing construction work on the Grand Central eastbound on the ramp to the Van Wyck. Delays go back to Jewel Avenue, also the Van Wyck down to a crawl northbound from Rockaway Boulevard into the Kew Gardens Interchange. I'm Pete Torriello on New York's traffic station. 1010 wins.
It's live news time, 12:22. Some homes that were badly damaged by Hurricane Sandy will have to come down, and some of that work should begin soon in the city. Here's what it looks like on Staten Island.
Noah Rosenblum literally came within an inch of losing his life as he fled the rising floodwaters along Father Capodanno Boulevard.
We're not safe. There's no 100% guarantee that we're not going to encounter something like this.
He considers leaving, just picking up and going. The fear is the insurance check won't make that possible.
I know for personal property things, they cover $2,100, which doesn't even cover the cost of the TV that we bought 2 months ago from Sears.
But others in his neighborhood are. It's not worth the risk of repairing or rebuilding.
You got to do the right thing. It's sad to see people leave and lose their house, but it's the best for all around.
Steve Sandberg, 1010 wins in the South Beach section of Staten Island.
Wins News Time, 12:23. The money is flowing from FEMA to storm victims in New York and New Jersey.
Long Island is getting a big chunk of the federal money doled out so far in connection with Sandy.
even while FEMA's Michael Byrne has indicated the entire area deserves special treatment.
New York is different. New York is a unique housing environment.
30,000 Long Island homeowners and renters have been approved already for Sandy housing grants totaling $208 million. That's more than what all of New Jersey has been approved for so far. Most of the Long Islanders getting federal checks, 26,000, are here in Nassau County. The money does not have to be repaid, but you must register and apply for it. Mona Rivera, 1010 Wins on Long Island.
New Jersey has been approved for $206 million so far. Staten Island residents get $55 million, Queens $134 million, Brooklyn $102 million. Each homeowner and renter affected by the storm is eligible for as much as $31,900 in grants, depending on their situation and insurance coverage. A plane destined for Fort Lauderdale was held on the tarmac at LaGuardia Airport while authorities investigated a comment by a passenger. The Port Authority says that person was removed from the plane after making a remark to another passenger that was perceived as a threat. The person is in custody. The incident began after the plane pushed off around 11 o'clock this morning. The Port Authority now says the Spirit Airlines Flight 197 has been cleared for departure. It's 45 degrees. Skies are cloudy right now, but we should see some sun before the day is out, and the high today, 50. Wins News Time, 12:25. Money Watch in 1 minute on 1010 Wins.
Getting gifts for the sports fan in your life has never been easier this holiday season thanks to CBS Locals Fan Shop. We've got the jerseys and gear for almost every team in any sport. And if you visit CBS Locals Fan Shop today through the end of the year and enter the promo code HOLIDAY10, you'll get an additional 10% off your purchase. Visit CBSLocalFanShop.com today and use the promo code HOLIDAY10 to save even more from CBS Locals Fan Shop.
Hey parents, if your child's birthday is right around the corner, then listen up. BirthdayExpress.com has you covered with everything you need to make the next birthday the best one ever. From favors and treats to balloons, games, and decorations. Even better, go to BirthdayExpress.com today, use promo code GO, and get 20% off everything. Birthday Express also has an enormous selection of themes, including brands like Angry Birds, The Avengers, and Dr. Seuss. Just go to BirthdayExpress.com today and use code GO for 20% off. That's BirthdayExpress.com, promo code GO.
Wins News Time, 12:26. Now, Money Watch on 1010 Wins, sponsored by B&H Photo and Video, New York's ultimate camera authority. And here's Tracy Jonke reporting live from the MarketWatch.com newsroom.
Wall Street is building on a rally that started last Friday when the White House and congressional leaders expressed optimism that they can and will tackle the fiscal cliff issue head on. The Dow rising 176 points now to 12,764. The Nasdaq up 52 points. The S&P adding 23. These are gains of 1.5% and more. The latest housing news gives the stock market something else to build on. Builder confidence is at a 6-year high, and buyers of used homes were more active than expected in October. The National Association of Realtors says existing home sales rose 2%. At 2 p.m., Hostess will ask a bankruptcy judge to approve its plan to shut down the company and sell off its assets. The Hostess Union will be there, too, to ask that Hostess executives not be paid bonuses for staying on and overseeing the last days of the company. Once again, the Dow rising 172 points. From the MarketWatch.com newsroom, I'm Tracy Jonke for 1010 Wins.
Wins News Time, 12:27.
This is Frank Calamari, president of Calvary Hospital. There are many reasons why Calvary is recognized as the leader in end-of-life care. Here is one of these reasons. Marilyn Crockett.
Being a nurse is the world's most gratifying profession. Being a nurse at Calvary for the past 26 years has made it more special. Each day I feel blessed as I instill the spirit of life into patients who are close to death. We provide relief for both the physical pain of the patients and the emotional pain of their families by creating good memories. Whether it's a joke to make them laugh or a hug to comfort them, our job is to never abandon them during this final journey. We are with them as a member of their family. This is the Calvary way of caring. It reminds me every day why I became a nurse.
Discover for yourself why Calvary is the gold standard. candidate for end-of-life care. Call us at 718-518-2000. Calvary Hospital, where life continues. Thank you.
Do you owe the IRS back taxes? Do you have 3 or more years of unfiled tax returns? Here at Expert Tax Advisors, we specialize in tax liens, back taxes, tax debt, wage garnishment, and collections. We have successfully mitigated these and many other technical tax issues for years. If you owe the IRS $7,500 or more, you need aggressive representation. We will contact the IRS on your behalf within 30 minutes of you becoming a client, and that's guaranteed. Protect your home, business, and family from tax liens, back taxes, tax debt, wage garnishment, and collections. Call us today, 800-253-3917, and find the peace of mind knowing the IRS will not be knocking on your door. Call now for your free, no-obligation consultation. 800-253-3917. That's 800-253-3917. Remember, we will contact the IRS on your behalf within 30 minutes of you becoming a client of Expert Tax Advisors. Call 800-253-3917.
Wins News Time, 12:28. We can't Now this message. Need a bankruptcy attorney? Call Dennis J. O'Sullivan, 718-352-7600. 10:10 winds, AccuWeather, mix of sun and clouds. High this afternoon, 50 degrees. Tonight, partly cloudy, low 42. Tomorrow, clouds and sun mix again, a high 52. Pretty much the same on Wednesday, 54. And Thanksgiving Day, Thursday, partly sunny, high 56. It's 45 now. Good afternoon, I'm Larry Cantor. If you'd like to set your clocks, Winds News Time at the tone, 12:30.
Good afternoon. I'm Kathleen Marple. We could soon see the face of a killer. Police are working on a new sketch and other efforts in the latest numbers killing in Brooklyn. 10 Winds Juliet Papa has the story in this live report.
And Kathleen is described as Joe Duffelbag, and police want to talk to him in connection with the latest in 3 related shop owner murders in Brooklyn. Police Commissioner Ray Kelly talked about the video surveillance that showed 4 people walking or running in the area of the latest killing at the Shishi Boutique on Flatbush Avenue. It occurred on a Friday afternoon. Now, 3 have been ruled out as unrelated to the crime. The duffel bag carrier, however, appears to have been in the vicinity of the store in the time frame of the murder between 4 and 7 p.m. The police commissioner is also asking customers at the store to give a call to police, and the FBI's profiling experts are being called in to help. Juliet Papa, 1010 Winds News.
Winds News Time, 12:31. Time for traffic and transit on the ones. Here's Matt Ward.
I've got some trouble across the Hudson River as I watch here in the Winds Jam Cam. First of all, the George Walker Bridge, it is packed solid along the upper level in both directions as I see it live. They do have one lane closed, the right lane, leaving town on the upper deck of the George Walker Bridge with that police activity. The Lincoln Tunnel looks like traffic right now at the North Tube is being held up as I see it live here in the Winds Jam Cam. Oh, there they go. They're starting to leave town of the Lincoln Tunnel, but very slowly. It's about a 5 to 10 minute delay at what I'd put it at right now. Better at the Holland Tunnel so far. Traffic along the East River crossings. Well, the Brooklyn Bridge looks to be rolling along pretty steadily. I see it live here in our camera. Driving around town, the Brooklyn-Queens Expressway, very slow, especially eastbound, coming up through Industry City towards the Prospect, heading right back up towards. It looks like this delay is going to continue all the way back up towards the Kosciuszko. Traffic through Queens in pretty good shape on the LA and the Grand Central, but the Van Wyck is jammed on the northbound side, coming away from Kennedy Airport and back in towards the Kew Gardens vicinity. Over to the New Jersey Turnpike, traffic is looking pretty good so far this afternoon on the east and the western spurs. And if you're stuck in traffic, let us know at 877-466-1010. I'm Matt Ward. Our next report at 12:41 on 1010 Winds.
Getting gifts for the sports fan in your life has never been easier this holiday season thanks to CBS Locals Fan Shop. We've got the jerseys and gear for almost every team in any sport. And if you visit CBS Locals Fan Shop today through the end of the year and enter the promo code HOLIDAY10, you'll get an additional 10% off your purchase. Visit CBSLocalFanShop.com today and use the promo code HOLIDAY10 to save even more from CBS Locals Fan Shop.
Time 12:32. Now the official 1010 Winds AccuWeather 4-day forecast, sponsored by PC Richard & Son. Here's meteorologist Dr. Joe Sobel with this live report.
Well, we're watching a storm system which is off the coast of Georgia and South Carolina, and we think it's going to stay far enough offshore as it meanders northward this week so that its wind and rain and nastiness will stay out over the ocean. But it does complicate the cloud versus sun issue, and at least for now, it looks like the clouds tending to win. So maybe variably cloudy, the best way to describe the rest of this afternoon with a high near 50. Rather cloudy tonight, the low 42. Clouds, breaks of sun tomorrow, the high of 52. Then Wednesday and Thursday look pretty good. Partly sunny. Wednesday's high 54, and on Thanksgiving Day about 56. But right now, mostly cloudy. 45 degrees, humidity 70%, northeast wind at 10. Again, 45 now, going up to 50 in Midtown. I'm AccuWeather meteorologist Dr. Joe Sobel on New York's weather station, 1010 Winds.
Winds use time 12:33. How a New York court could save the Twinkie. Next on 1010 Winds.
Have you heard? Proactive is better than ever. Stay tuned for a 1,000,000 bottle giveaway, and you'll also receive free shipping. Do you have troubled skin, acne? Well, we have great news. With Proactive, your acne can heal, and you can prevent new breakouts from happening. Don't miss this limited time offer. Give us a call at 1-800-533-3091 because we're going to let 1,000,000